Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call this meeting to order, and as per usual, we will go through our opening ceremonies, which includes a pledge to the flag and observing a moment of silence in memory of those who have passed before us and allowed this country to be great as it is. It is strictly voluntary. With that, Mr. Barnard.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Since apparently our first case number 6415 has not arrived, scheduled for 10 a.m. and we waited 5 or 6 minutes. And our next case, official case, is not till 10:45. We will go over some official business on the business agenda. First item is approval of the minutes from September the 21st meeting of the board, which you all should have received by email as well as a copy. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes as presented?
I have none.
I have none.
With that, they'll stand approved as read. The next item that we can discuss at this time under new business is that Coppermine requests for several outdoor events in November and December of 2022.
He was going to come in at 2 o'clock if you had any questions about it, but if we want to discuss it, we can. I can answer most of the questions.
Did he make a request in writing with
Yes.
with diagrams and things like that?
Yep.
Well, I think we need to discuss it. If he is coming in, I think we need to discuss it with him.
Okay.
So we officially can discuss the next item, discussion of alcohol training classes to be led by the county liquor board staff. Would you like to explain to the board exactly what you're talking about?
Right. Since COVID, after COVID's been out, a lot of establishments and restaurants, bars, like whatever we have, licensees have been trying a hard time finding alcohol management classes, alcohol awareness classes. Myself and Inspector Pullen want permission from the board to put together our own program and teach our own program throughout the county. Basically be offered once a month in the building, in this room, and we'll be able to go to other locations if requested. We will charge a fee for the training, just like the other agencies do. Frederick, I'm getting the copy of the PowerPoint presentation from Frederick County. Frederick County does this training also, and we're going to mirror basically what they do.
I think it's a good idea. As long as it doesn't put you in a higher tax bracket, it's fine.
No.
I agree with Mr. Barnhart. I think it's a great idea.
And I spoke to County Administrator Roberta Wyndham, and she's in favor of it also.
Now, you're mentioning for a fee. Does that fee go to the county?
Yes. Because we'll be both paid by the county through our, and Joe will be taking registration, and we'll be printing certificates using county property and county. So all the fee goes to the county.
And how long are these meetings approximately?
The training is between 3 to 4 hours.
Will that be all in one session?
Yes. My goal was to do it in person. I think you get more out of it doing in person than you do virtual. I cannot imagine sitting through teaching 3 hours of virtual imagine sitting through 3 hours or 4 hours. But I want to do in person, because I think with in person, you get a lot of the questions asked by can spur other questions.
So, you say 3 or 4 hours a month, approximately, for a session?
For a session, yes. And then possibly a second session at some location, if someone wants to host one.
Now, do we have, and I'm only asking for information, questions now. Jim is part-time and you're full-time. Do we have 3 or 4 hours a month to take out of your regular schedule for checking licensees and so on and so forth?
I believe we do, and I've also talked to Jim, and he can answer that question.
No, I don't believe it's going to impact on the current functions, which I do or Keith does. We can pick a day, maybe I don't know, Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning. That would be easy for me.
My point is, if you work X number of hours a week, either one of you, okay? If you take those 3 or 4 hours out of your existing schedule, okay? Will that impact your ability to check, Jim, like you check for violations, and Keith supposed to check everybody for all kinds of things? You still gonna have time to do it
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry.
without impacting your, what, 15 hours a week?
Right. At the moment, I average somewhere between 8 and 12 hours a week. That's on a good week. Sometimes it's like 0. So if during the pay period of, I'm allowed 30 hours, that shouldn't make any difference whatsoever.
But what I'm getting at is those 8 or 12 hours a week that you've been working and so on and so forth, are they hours out in the field?
Yes.
And how many hours, Keith, of the 36 or whatever you work a week, how many hours is out in the field?
Probably 30,
We've got, what, 150 couple license?
172,
How many?
172.
Well, that includes ones that haven't been issued yet, but
Pending 172. And also, I did talk to Roberta, and if it does his hours, we might be able to adjust his hours and add more hours to him if need to. But that's a discussion we can have down the road with budget. But most of the time, the only time he's here for me is usually on the hearing days. That's the most hours he works. So that week is tied up, and I might push him over on that week, so we just have to schedule when I have hearing days.
I think it's a great idea, but my only concern is that we have the ability to do it within-house without not being able to accomplish everything that I think
And once we get up and running, I mean, Jim and I are gonna work together first 2 or 3 classes just to get both of us comfortable with it. Once it's up and running, it's a one-person class. Now, Joe's time, my time doing certificates, or Jim's time, I mean, that's all gonna be floated. But the actual teaching the classes, once it gets up and running, it's only one person, 3 to 4 hours, or I guess 5 hours by the time you set up, clean up, tear down, and do all that. But that's only gonna be one person a month, or 10 hours if we do it twice.
and you expect to do it here.
Yes, I have permission from Roberta to do it here. And I was thinking this room.
You gonna get charged for it?
No. And us with our schedule, if someone wants to do an early morning one, we can do an early morning one.
And this would also help pave the way in case there's a change that we make about train licensees on premise. It would take down some of the obstacles to moving that direction.
I agree, yes.
Any other comments or questions? I think we all agree that's a good idea.
Okay.
Carry
We'll move
on.
forward.
Carry on.
You want to discuss the fee? Keith, you want to discuss the fee? You were,
I was thinking $50 a person.
What does it cost for the other TAMs and TIPs?
70, 80 as the most I've seen. I think Frederick County does $48.
They're in-house, the one you're talking about, Frederick
Their
County.
in-house is $40, I do believe.
What kind, well, I guess it really don't matter. If we want to do it, we do it. But do we expect any fee? In other words, if they're charging 70 or 80 bucks now, and we're gonna charge 50 as an example, what kind of rapport or feedback we might get from,
I would think they'd not be too happy.
I'm sure of that, that's the reason I paid it.
But I'm having people have established going to Frederick County to have trainings, going out of county to have a training that they could, because they can't find anybody in Carroll County to host it or teach it.
Well, I thought, you just said Marty Johnson was having one at the golf course.
He is.
And who's the lady that was here where we got certified?
Oh, you mean Anna down Bellissimo's?
no.
No.
Remember our
Yeah.
class?
This one,
Oh.
I can't,
Oh,
June, wasn't it?
2 years ago.
yeah, I know you're talking about, she's Executive Director, Maryland State MSLBA.
June?
What?
Is her first name June?
Jane Springer.
Now, you say she's executive director of what?
Is it, I think it's Maryland State Licensed Business Beverage Association, MSLBA.
I have,
Is that the right association? Because there's two different, there's a restaurant association and,
well, it has MSLBA Educational Resources, Inc.
yes. They're on Main Street in Westminster.
Yeah, they are. Right. Sponsored by the Maryland State Licensed Beverage Association.
Now, that's what I'm getting to when I ask that question. When you step on somebody's toes, this is a state organization, right?
Well,
Says
the
Maryland-
Maryland State Licensed Beverage Organization, it's a 501c3. But it's, I think you're asking if it's statewide?
Yes,
It's
it's
registered
sta-
in the state of Maryland, yeah.
Legislative action sometimes creates more problems than it solves. And the reason I'm asking that question is, what kind of opposition might we expect from organizations like that? If John Doe's doing it, like Marty's doing it, that's one thing, that's private enterprise, but this is private enterprise too. But anyway, I think you ought to proceed without
Okay.
doubt.
I
I'm
know
just-
Frederick County does it, I'm getting there, and that's where I got most of this information from.
How long they been doing it?
They started doing it before COVID, and then they have it in person and also virtual training too. But since COVID, we've had, I mean, because we used to get, do we still get the monthly?
I never get it anymore.
Yeah, we used to get a flyer, that tells you where they would go quarterly, and we don't even get that anymore.
I don't think there'll be any pushback.
We'll deal with it when it does. I'm just, really killing time is what I'm doing. Plus, I like to have the inspectors
On the hot seat.
hot seat a little bit, see if they answer him. The British man, he's just sitting there like a bobby, you know, so, anyway,
See all and say nothing.
all right. Next thing,
Wise man.
the next thing you know, he'll want to be given bus driving license, or classes. Okay,
That's my job. I'm a driver's bus when it gets the bus up and running.
so full steam ahead for that. We have an application from Buds at Silver Run to replace the licensee with Ken Laurie.
Yeah, you remember I sent a letter to him on your behalf,
Yes,
and they got the application in. so
It
it'll
worked.
be heard in November.
okay.
It worked.
And he passed away, right? Who passed away?
Lynn Salisbury, the previous licensee.
Previous licensee.
And who is Ken Leary?
He's always been
He's a
owner.
He's a partner in the
Yeah, it's a
corporation.
50/50 ownership. And so the estate now owns 50 and Ken keeps his 50. Plus he's the chef, isn't he?
Yes, he runs the place.
Yeah, okay.
And he just moved, I believe he moved to Carroll County several years ago. Now he's eligible as county resident.
Okay, well, that takes care of the agenda that I have here until,
Well, you could discuss the legislation, because that's not,
well, that's what I was gonna ask. Mr. Dixon, the 3 copies that I have probably are out of date of the legislation that you prepared for changing the bar being eligible to be counted in the 50 seats. And we agreed that only up to 15 seats could be counted. Should that be shown in the legislation, or is that a Carroll County rule that we can enforce?
It's not in there now?
No. And I might,
I know
This-
that was changed, but I don't know.
this might be all
What
three.
section is it? What sections are you talking about?
you think that those are the latest?
No, I haven't handled these out, but you know what? Since we might have changed it in your office, what I have might not be the latest. But what numbers, sections are we talking about?
Well, the only thing I can tell you is
It's gonna
what
be
I'm-
16, 904,
proposed-
902, 903.
says proposed changes to current 16-905.
All right.
And it says number 2, under B, has regular seating capacity at tables, and we have struck excluding seats. Change the word to including seats at bars or counters for at least 50 individuals, and, now this is really antique. The next section, operates in a facility with an assessed real property valuation of at least $20,000. So that could be this room.
Okay, I've got that.
But
I
what,
just made copies of everything, so what do you?
where,
But I think it's all three, I think there's 3 sections, 2, 3, or 3, 4, and 5. I think there's,
It's at least in 2 different places in the statute where that
Right.
language is changed.
correct.
but that's what I'm getting at. What we're gonna propose is gonna specify that they can only count 15 seats at the bar.
Yes, we added that information, and it might not be in here, but that is in the latest version.
That's the latest version, so we're okay.
Yes, it's in the latest. I just don't have the latest.
Can we have a copy of the latest whenever you get to get it? So we can present that to the commissioners along with the new rules that we're presenting.
Sure.
So we gotta have it to them before November the 1st. Now, the second piece of legislation, which I don't have a copy of the proposed legislation.
Arts Council.
How about
Yeah,
that?
Yeah.
Fees?
Where we're changing the fees and adding number 5.
All right, I've got that. That's this.
That's one.
But where's the number 5?
I don't see it here.
Not
This
here.
is still the old prices too, isn't it?
No.
Is that-
Yeah, it is old
It's
price.
still the old fees.
Yeah, this is the current law.
Yeah.
Okay. But this doesn't help.
What are you changing them in the office?
In your office, so you have it, but I don't have it.
No, that's what I'm saying, I don't remember doing that.
I don't remember it.
This is, Tim, this is, you got a copy of this?
Hey, it's
What
me.
it is?
They handed out last
Hi.
month.
That was what Kelly gave us, right?
That's right.
So it's- Kelly handed that out,
Oh,
and then I
that's
took
right,
notes on it.
I have it down here. Duh. Yeah, let me get it off to you. I also want you to go into,
Is that for the second case?
computer for me.
Second case.
Get the right page.
So in our minutes,
Make sure they sign, Jim, make sure it's the
our
second
minutes reflect the
Sure
changes.
they
we
sign it
made.
right for you.
Right, right.
301. 5.
I'll do with my copy of it.
They're here for the second case,
301.
For what?
for the second case.
Yeah.
Second case.
259, 7979.
Do we need to call that first case and just do something with it,
What I
or
want you to go into is in the liquor.
Do we have a number, do we have a telephone number to call?
Under,
I don't with them?
They were
legislation.
represented last time. They were here,
See
right?
if I have a folder for,
Yes.
I think,
2022.
I mean, I would just suggest maybe calling their attorney
Yeah.
quickly and just asking if he has any information as why they're not present.
Who's the attorney? Do you remember?
It was,
Do I have?
it's a big name
I
in
have
Baltimore
to-
County. I
Yeah,
can't,
it's like,
Boozer, Bowser?
oh, yeah, Boozer, that's right. It's Vernon Boozer.
Boozer, yeah.
Vernon F. Boozer is the attorney that I knew, and shouldn't be hard to find the firm that,
All those
he-
out.
he's still associated with the firm. He's of counsel, I think, or a partner.
Run down if you don't mind.
So that would be the office, Vernon Boozer's office.
Thank you. Bye. Suzanne's gonna print out what's in my folder and bring it down.
Okay, it's in the minutes, what we agreed.
Yeah, yeah, you actually, your minutes contain all the numbers, but
I also asked her to give Mr. Patel a call and ask why he wasn't here.
Okay.
She said she didn't have a number.
I don't have a number of them.
Or Patel?
Yeah,
I suggested calling the attorney's office, Vernon Boozer's office.
Oh,
I mean, they did receive the copy, right?
well, you hand deliver them.
I mean, it's in there, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Um,
just making sure.
no,
Oh.
Can you believe an ex-police officer doesn't have a pen?
84,
410-828. 9441. That's the attorney.
Is Daniel Schuman the resident agent?
what's, Canary, okay, I mean,
Nara Indian Cuisine.
It's Acura 2 LLC is the name of the corporation that they represent.
okay, we don't, okay, I just,
Based on Rule 4, failure of applicant or alleged violator to appear, the board can, I guess, take evidence today and, in case of an alleged violation, may take action based on evidence presented to it and still make a decision
Right.
whether they're here or not.
That's right.
Okay, so 6416 is here.
Yes.
Okay, our 10, oh, it's only 10:30. I thought the case was 10:30, sorry. We're early for that, so we can just wait and see what's what here for a second or two. Is there any other new business to be brought before the group that's not on the agenda that somebody might have?
Do we know what's going on with licensee for Raphael? Didn't
Mr. Sierra passed away.
pass away, the gentleman pass away?
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything yet, but they're early days yet on the time allowed.
Is he the licensee, Mr. Sierra?
Yes,
Yes.
John, senior.
Yeah.
And I was told they're probably gonna put one of the Sarah brothers from, that they're both, I think, on the Italian Deli
Yeah, I was
in
gonna ask,
Aldersburg. I think they're gonna put one of them on,
take one off of there and put on here,
or
whatever.
now he could be on both, since we changed that.
I left a message. Well, what about the licensee? Why don't we just resident?
Well, I gave Suzanne his number. You wanna try him?
You left a message with the attorney's office?
Yeah.
They didn't have anybody there to answer
It was all voicemail.
Really? Wow.
This is my phone.
I thought
I
we
think it's,
decided in all these cases
I'm not positive.
that we wanted the licensee here was
Yes.
was a violation.
Yes, yeah, we said going forward, we want the licensee.
So why would we not contact the licensee first?
Well, when they're represented, I think it's
We
just.
don't know if they were,
Well,
what,
they-
did they?
Well, they were at the
They were represented at the last hearing, so I think as a
courtesy.
board's courtesy, give the attorney a heads up that his client is not here.
Must not in service.
So it must be 254.
Okay.
He did not return back in, that they were gonna contest.
79.
7-9.
So I guess we should put it, if we go forward without anyone, as Tim said, the rules allow us, I guess we put in the record what Joe said, that our file reflects that they received notice.
Right. Yep. Can't tell who signed for it, but somebody did.
Jim, did you go to the oyster stroll?
No, I went to, pardon me, the Oktoberfest down there at Stratospheres.
Oh,
No, try
I was going to stop by.
How was it?
Very well organised.
Good.
Well organised, and I was there for when it started, and there was quite a few people there, but there was more people coming as I was leaving, so it looked, and saw some photographs online, and it seems like it was pretty well attended, so.
Out front, in front of the building in the
It was out-
parking lot?
They had a few, had a check in there and a few small vendors there. Had a little stage with a singer, but inside they had the main area in that back area, which is like the grassed area. So, and they had that was full of vendors, so it was pretty well attended.
They had Oktoberfest food, Oktoberfest beers.
Yeah, it had a combination of local brewery beer, import German beer, German style food, German style hats and clothing, and it was well organised. Yes.
They have Fraulein and costumes.
Not that I noticed. I would have stayed longer, but
I don't know what you mean by that, but
neither do I. But yeah, it was.
there were
it was
people.
good.
There were people in costumes as well. I guess I'm.
Yes and no. It was a bit chilly, so it was a mixture of German style clothing and normal clothes.
Yeah.
Here's they only made one copy, which is fine, of the 15 seats. Keith,
Okay. So
now this is probably a stupid question for me. This third set of papers here, what are they for?
Tim,
Let me see.
What,
I see one, the first one's 16904. I only see 16904. Does somebody have something other than that?
well,
she only made one copy of each.
she,
Or one of each?
Yeah.
two of these things refer to not to exceed 15 counter seats, okay?
Okay.
But then there's a third page here.
They're gonna come at noon.
Oh, all it says, I see what it says now, I didn't look at that thing.
First case.
Under the summary of the proposal,
okay.
that's all it says,
Okay.
okay? It justifies the other two, that's all.
Yeah.
That's good.
Did he? What did he say?
So can we get copies of that for our file before we leave today?
Sure.
Okay.
The guy I was talking to when I was
Keith got a hold of him.
He's asked if he can come at noon today. He had it scheduled for Friday.
He what?
He asked if he can come at noon today. He has scheduled on his calendar, the hearing was supposed to be Friday.
11:30, we have a case, and if he comes at noon,
If he's not here at noon, he's in trouble. Okay. Well, we still can't move on. So we're squared away there. Now, the other, you didn't give me back my paper. Do you need it with the fees and the stuff on?
the one that Kelly passed,
The Arts
Kelly?
Council.
this one, it has red on it.
That's red on the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that one, but I do have one where I changed, doubled the numbers, so.
But that's what I just passed you.
Oh, Does that have a doubling of the numbers?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, what I passed him does,
Oh, did you do it yourself?
yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
doubled it on the
Look
side.
at your last
Oh,
page.
okay.
Well, I know I did that, so I
See
guess I
what
better look for it.
Red, there's your red one.
I got it, Tim. You passed it back. Thank you. My apologies. I got more papers here than the library that needs to be thrown away. Any other business? Questions? Comments? Suggestions?
Let me talk to him about that. What we do for that underage that does that.
Oh, yeah.
Keith,
Sir.
anything, any update as far as the seminar?
We're scheduled for June 1st. Everything's good to go. Maury Johnson will be speaking. Haven't decided what topics. We haven't formalized who's all speaking, but right now, June 1st at 9 a.m. at the K100, Carroll
where
Community College.
Previously met, right?
And there's handicapped parking down along the side of the building.
That's for us, people who can't walk. You got that, Tim?
Gotcha.
Park that food truck close to that. so I
Closer
don't have
to
to
that,
walk
so you don't have to
far.
walk far. Gotcha. I'll make a mental note.
And crab imperial or crab dip would be nice for Joe and I.
You got it.
Gluten-free, please.
Yes, yes. Let me write all this down.
Where was, the Oyster Stroll was closed from the Forks?
From the John Street to Longwell. I mean, that's John Street to Center Street.
On the street,
All the way to Center.
Yep.
I'm only asking questions.
Yes,
Why would they go all the way to Center? Because there's.
it spreads it out. It doesn't make it as crowded. Because a lot of those
Did they have
lines,
food
there was
trucks
lines for
and
people to
stuff up
get
there?
the oysters and stuff like that. Was
They
it?
had vendors
Yes.
past the old post office one up there?
Yes. I think that's gonna be their main footprint from all the strolls that they're gonna be putting on from now on.
Well, when they first started that, they had a trolley. Didn't work out good?
They try-
Just for Maggie's, basically for Maggie's and for rock salt, but I don't think the new owners have asked for that trolley back, haven't seen it back.
I just wondered
Yeah.
because I happened to be in Maggie's that day, but when they had the first one, and there was a trolley pulled up there, and I asked Jim, I said, what the world's that? I didn't even know it was oyster stroll. And he told me what it was. And I didn't.
They raised the prices on oysters, $2 for an oyster.
Is that right? Do they have, I can't think of the names of them, but anyway, the guy at the Grandstand Grill at the fairgrounds that has this restaurant for us, you have like half a dozen different kinds of oysters. Blue Points, Chesapeake Bay,
Chincoteague,
take all kinds of stuff. Is that-
Tom's River, I think they had 9 oyster farms. And then each restaurant had their oysters, chuckers. So, there
Wonder
was
how many-
probably 14 to 15, maybe 20 different oyster stands. Hooper Island had steamed oysters.
Do they have fried?
No,
No fried oysters?
technically, you could get a po' boy, which is a fried oyster,
Yeah.
but no fried oysters, no good fried oysters.
How many? Wild guess, you might, how many vendors do you think they had total? Trucks, everything?
100,
Good heavens.
and that's the smaller one. The oyster straw is the smaller of the 3.
Is that right?
The wine straw is probably the biggest. The wine straw is probably the biggest one they do.
I never saw, and it might have been in the paper, but I never saw, how did the wine festival compare to previous years? Was it?
My personal opinion, the wine festival was not as many vendors, food vendors and wine vendors. Because I was a designated driver for the wine festival. You want 9:45?
All right, it's close to 9:45. At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon if he will call our 1045 case 6416, please.
All right, case 6416, an application to replace the resident licensee, Mark Jarima, with Faith A. Brino for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Faith A. Brino for the use of J&P Pizza, Liberty Road LLC, trading as VCP, Vanessa's Corner Pub, 2600 West Liberty Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, and Election District 9. To file this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, September 30th, 2022. Notice of public hearing, September 23rd, 2022. September 12, 2022, letter from Joe Vance to Faith A. Brino and Mark Jarima. And then there's a application, and the application includes character references, CGIS information, a menu, SDAT information, workers' comp insurance, comparable information, was it corporate information, driving record, and financial information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may be seated. Before you testify, we would ask that you state your full name and your address for the record, and spell your last name for the record, please. Who is going to present the case?
I am. My name is Faith A. Brino, B-R-E-N-O, 5880 Moss Creek Drive, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771.
Thank you.
Hey, you can pull that microphone closer.
Thank you. Did you hear me now?
This is an application to replace the resident licensee.
That is correct.
And why is that necessary?
Mark is moving out of the county. He is moving to West Virginia.
And you will be the new licensee.
Yes, that is true.
And you have experience with alcohol?
I have been working for Vanessa's Corner Pub for 6 years now, so I'm pretty much the go-to person. I do the books. I've kind of been moved up into the position of a general manager, so for the past year and a half during COVID, I've been pretty much running the bar and restaurant.
And your tips are TAM certified?
Actually, I'm SAS certified through Dawn Sugars. I took the class over the weekend, so I have my certification from Dawn in Frederick County.
So you went to the class in Frederick County?
Yes, I wanted to get it before I got presented here. And I have 2 of my staff going to listen to Marty coming up on the 23rd up in Hampstead. But I wanted to make sure that I did my due diligence and was certified before I came before the board.
So you went to Frederick County?
Yes,
Was it visual or in person?
in person.
In person? How long was it?
2
We
hours.
talked about this morning, so I'm,
Well, and let me just add, Faith is one of the ones who've had trouble finding something in Carroll County.
Yes.
Is one of the reasons.
well, that's all right, I'm just trying to
Yes, it was 2 hours.
2 hours? Mm-hmm. Have you taken tips or TAMs before?
Had I known, I
No?
did not need it at that point, but I wanted to make sure that I was covered
Well,
with,
the reason I asked that is compare one to the other.
Oh.
In your estimation, it's
Yep,
fine.
nope.
I just was curious. How many employees do you have there?
do I have there is 27.
And how many of them are tips or TAMs certified?
Currently 3. So that is why I'm having a few going on the 23rd. And then we are also going to hopefully go with Dawn to do the rest of them as an in-person.
And you have a restaurant area and a bar area?
Well, our restaurant and bar are together, and then we have like a package store. Our carryout has beer and wine, and then our bar can hold up to about 97 in-house.
Your carryout is on the other end, if I remember, right?
Yes, it is. One side is a carryout with like a package store. The beer and wine is on one side, and then the restaurant is on the other.
And is there someone in the carryout that's certified?
Me.
You're in both places?
Yes, I am. I basically work carryout if I'm working the floor, but then I'm kind of manage the bar and the restaurant.
Well, then is one of the other 3 certified that's in the bar then?
Yes.
You say you have 27 employees?
Overall, and that's including kitchen.
Right. And how long have you been associated?
6
said-
years?
6 years?
Mm-hmm.
You have any questions?
Yes. What is your current carding policy?
Basically, we take no vertical anything, and actually, I just had Keith come out and give me all new signs, so I put them up for the carryout, so as soon as you walk up to the register, it's sitting right there, and then I put 2 in the bar, that's on our cabinet, so, you know, who's ever coming up, they see that directly, so they don't have to have a confrontation with our servers. Basically, anybody that looks under 40, and we tried to card, but that's pretty much our policy currently.
Do you have an employee training in place where you have them learn, then sign paperwork that they're aware of what can happen to them if they serve a minor?
Yes.
And keep those on
We
file?
have, I guess, when did the liquor board send something out? Was it during
Erosion
COVID?
program, yeah.
We have that
before COVID.
right in our carryout for any of the people that come in. You literally like run into it, and it has all of the requirements and then the consequences of what happens. When we do training for any of the new people in carryout, I'm a trainer in the evening, and then we have one lady who's been with us for about 15 years that does a daytime training. So between both of us, we make sure how we card, what we're looking for. We've got making sure that the picture's there, that the birth date's right, that the license hasn't been expired. One of the things that I just learned over the weekend, it seems like there's a lot of false identifications, and one of the things that we were noted to is up in the top corner, the holographic doesn't move. So I've been trying to make sure I'm telling all of my staff, if you get something that doesn't seem quite right, try doing that change of the holographic, because the holographics aren't moving. So that was a good thing that, and then I also found something else out, that if you use the lottery machine, you could also get the birth date of how old the person is. So I learned a couple good little tricks of the trade, and since I've been going back and whoever I've been working with, I've just kind of been telling them some of the things. The 2 that are trained in the bar, we make sure that any new person gets trained with them. So they're constantly shadowing, how are they carding, what are they looking for? So, and that's pretty much what ours.
So out of your 27 employees, how many we say are front of house that would directly deal with
We
the serving
have
of the
10
alcohol?
in the back, probably 17.
But only 2 certified?
There's 3 now, yeah.
3 now, okay. So just off the cuff, if something was offered locally at a reasonable price, would you get more people certified?
Oh, as soon as, I can. Once this has been pretty much identified that I was going to be the licensee, I've been trying to find something that would be good. As I said, I have 2 that are going to the Hampstead one, and the only reason why I'm doing 2, $75 compared to $40 with the Frederick County, I could get more bang for my buck. And I've got a couple that are just going to be starting to turn, or that's turning 18, that will be working in our carryout and starting to be our servers. I want them to be right up front, understanding what the consequences, what the rules are, and I want my younger ones being certified as much as my experienced people. So I feel more so I want to get my 18, 19-year-olds where they could learn the skills on how to start lessening drinks to people who seem like they're getting a little out of control, and how that they can, just basically have the skills to, transition somebody from an alcohol drink to a soda or to a glass of water or to more food, So, yes, if we had something in Carroll County, I'd definitely jump on that because some of the rules are a little different. And I would rather have everybody know the same thing from Carroll County and not having somebody say, oh, by the way, yeah, Carroll's a little different. This is what you need to know. But if somebody that is 100% Carroll County, then, oh, definitely, I would have.
Have there been any violations in the 6 years that you've been with them? That's all I have.
Mr. Barnhart, do you have any questions?
A couple of quick ones. Mr. Jarima. Mark
No,
Jarima?
this isn't Mark. This is my
Oh,
character witness. Mark was not able to attend. He had a work commitment, so he wasn't able to.
all right, so the
Excuse me,
current,
Let me,
yeah.
do we have a letter requesting this change?
There should be
Not
one
here.
inside the,
Should be in the
Should
file.
be in here? Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, the current resident agent is Mark Jarima.
Jarmo. Yeah,
Okay, he's not here.
no, he is not.
Okay, are any current licensees here?
He's the only one that's on our license.
Okay, so that was my other question. So the current licensee is Mark Jarima. He knew about the hearing?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And when I texted him last week to remind him, he said he was unable to come.
And you are now a current shareholder of the corporation.
Yes, I am.
And in your application, you indicated that your financial contribution is $5,000.
Correct.
And that's been passed on to the
Yep,
corporation?
there should be, I think I also attached a receipt that it was deposited into the bank account.
Yeah. And the amended shareholder agreement has you having 25 shares.
Correct.
And the par value is 200, but that's an accounting matter more than anything else. That's why I wanted to clarify. At $200 per share, it was the par value of the shares that the stockholder agreement had you receiving. So that's why I wanted to clarify that you got, or that you paid.
Well, it's 10% that I'm part, and it was $5,000 that I gave. It's 10% of the shareholder that I am, and it's $5,000 that I gave.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah.
And who is the gentleman?
This is Shane, and Shane is my character witness.
Okay. Yeah, this question may have been asked. Mr. Benfer, how is the, how's
No
it going?
violations.
No violations.
Correct.
Well, that's good.
Thank you.
And you've been there 6 years?
I've been with Vanessa's Corner Pub for 6 years. I have been in the industry for about 20. I started my career with Frank Giuliano at J&P Pizza. I was his bookkeeper. And then I moved on from there, and I worked for Carter Q on, they're on the Frederick County side. And then I took some time off and got my boys through high school and college, and 6 years ago I was looking for something to do, and Vanessa and I kind of crossed paths, and she's like, we're looking for somebody, and I joined with them. It's been a journey. I only wanted to be the bookkeeper, and just the way that things materialized and COVID and the passion that I put into it to make sure that we stayed afloat during COVID, the timing just ended up being right when they asked me. Probably 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been interested, but I put my heart and soul into this organization, and it's my passion.
Oh, that's great. Who is Max Sweet and Vanessa Chrysophis?
They're the owners. Max and Vanessa are the owners of Vanessa's Corner Pub.
Okay. And I take it your Mount Airy address is Carroll County, Mount Airy.
Yes, it is. It's 4 miles from the restaurant, so there you go again. I'm close enough.
So the owners live in Frederick County,
Yes, they do.
and the corporation, principal office is Frederick County,
The principal office is their mailing address, so yes.
Frederick City, I think?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. How's business lately?
We are status quo. We weathered COVID very well. Sales are starting to pick up. If you ask me the question about how is hiring, that's a whole different ballgame. Trying to get people to work have been very difficult to get them coming through. So I think we could probably use 5 or 6 more people, but
Yeah.
trying to get them through, or even the ones that I do hire, the work ethic isn't what I would expect some of them to do. But we are maintaining, our sales are increasing, so.
Okay, good.
What are your hours of operation?
We are open Sunday through Thursday from 11 to 9, and then Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 is our kitchen hours. Friday and Saturday, maybe 12 o'clock is, our people are clocking out, they're done. Our late night business isn't as booming as it had once been. But Friday and Saturdays, you know, they stay open a little bit later. During the weekdays, if our last customer is leaving by 10 o'clock, that's pretty.
So do you no longer have live music on weekends?
Live, we are trying to bring that back, but it really doesn't bring in the business for us. We've tried a couple times during the summer and actually a couple weeks ago, and that Saturday business was just the same as non-music business. So it's just kind of weird in regards to that, but then sometimes, you know, I think the one that we had was somebody had a big band up here, up in Westminster, which apparently drew some of our customers up this way. So I guess the thing is if you're doing live music, kind of see who else is doing something around you, because that takes from one to another.
Yeah.
But we've kind of curtailed it, but yeah, we've tried to bring that back a little bit.
Your hours in the carryout is the same as the restaurant?
The kitchen, it's kitchen hours for our carryout. So 11 to 9 and then 11 to 10. As soon as the kitchen closes, the carryout doesn't need to be open, so our package side closes at that time also.
Any other questions? Did you say that gentleman is a character witness?
Yes, he is.
Would you like to state your name and address for the record and tell us anything you want, good or bad, about her?
Yes, my name is Shane Deithorn, Deithorn. I live at 5353 Buffalo Road, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771. I live on the Carroll County side. Across the street is Frederick County, so I am a Carroll County resident. And I've known Faith basically about 6 years, and always find her as a good, decent, honest person, and never seen anything bad about her or any. Yeah, she's always very professional in her, work environment, and yeah, everyone up there loves her.
Nothing bad about her?
No,
Except
sure?
I'm at the restaurant way too much.
You say you've known her for about 6 years?
yes, with 6 years.
How often-
I live right. I'm just right down the road from. Yeah,
How often do you frequent the establishment?
usually twice a week. Yeah, we do trivia on Wednesday nights, and yeah, maybe football on Sundays, and it's a nice family restaurant, and yeah, I know the owners. I know Vanessa and Max very well. I've known them for years, and
How long have you lived on Buffalo Road?
22 years. I've been in Mount Airy for 27. I've been on Buffalo Road for 22.
Roy Moore mean anything to either one of you?
Nah.
Cannot say.
The thing on Buffalo Road is you're spread out from your neighbors, so you don't. It's not like a residential neighborhood. You know, your nearest neighbor is a couple hundred yards away, and
Roy Moore and his partner started the establishment.
okay.
Oh, at
now.
Vanessa's?
Yeah.
There's quite a few. I mean, gosh, it's gone back to so many, the Barnes Corner, and then,
Oh, this is a long time ago.
oh, that's way before my time.
Good steaks, really good steaks,
Yeah, we've heard a lot of stories.
and the best country ham sandwich you could get anywhere when he and his partner started.
Well, we'll have to bring that menu back
But
up.
that's, hey, I'm no spring chicken, so it's a long time ago. Any other questions of
No, sir.
the applicant? Inspector, do you have any comments to make?
No, I mean, every time I talk to Faith, everything's worked out well. I think she'd make a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license.
Do you still out? I have been to Taylorsville for several months, but do you still have outdoor area there?
Yes, we do. We have a patio area. We probably get about 40 to 60 people that are out there, that are out on the patio.
If there are no other questions, comments? Commissioners, you need to discuss the situation any further and make a decision, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a few comments in the discussion portion of this hearing. Vanessa's Corner has a very good reputation where I live. I live down in Eldersburg,
Okay.
and I have lots of friends who go there often, and never heard anything bad about how it's run or anything else. So that's good. Our inspector indicates that there are no violations for selling to minors, which is, again, shows a well-run establishment. And it looks like from your testimony that you have a large part in how that restaurant is run. And, I'm impressed by your testimony that you are a fit and qualified person to be on the license. And your character witness just reinforces that. And you also have the thumbs-up approval of Mr. Keith Benfer, who carries a lot of weight with this group of folks up here. I would be interested in comments of my fellow commissioners, and following that, I would make a motion if it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, do you have any comments, questions?
I appreciate Commissioner Barnhart's view on Vanessa's. I'm not familiar with it personally, but that holds a lot of water here, as well as Inspector Benfer. Just based on, again, your testimony and the testimony of your character witness, I feel pretty confident that you'll make sure that everything is followed the way it's supposed to in that establishment. So that's all the comments that I have.
Thank you.
I'd be prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
I would be happy if you did so.
I move that in the case of 6416, which is the application to replace the resident licensee Mark Jarimo with the applicant Faith A. Brino, I move that we approve that application, and I move we approve the application. How's that?
I will second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and second that this board approve the application to replace the resident licensee Mark Jarimo with Faith A. Brito for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Faith A. Brino for the use of J&P Pizza, Liberty Road LLC, trading as VCP, Vanessa's Corner Pub, located at 2600 West Liberty Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157 in Alexi District 9. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. Best wishes.
Thank you
Keep up
very
the good
much.
work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we applaud you for being certified before you actually came before this
Want it
board.
in my file?
Is that a copy?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. Good luck.
Thank you. You have a good day.
At this time, this board will take a 10-minute recess.
Can.
Okay, we're back in session. This time I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to call case 6417, please.
All right, case 6417, an application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Benny R. Kirkner and Mithilesh Patel for the use of HR Ventures LLC, trading as Total Discount Liquors, 1438 Liberty Road, Suite 10, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784, in Election District 5. In the file this matter, we have the following documents. A September 30th, 2022 notice of public hearing for this case. Letter from India Phillips, Revenue Examiner 3, to the board. September 23rd, 2022, there's a notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Health Department. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a response to Joe Vance's memo to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a September 12, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Ronald Carr, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. And then there's the application. And the application includes character references, workers' comp insurance, CJIS information, driving record, SDAT information, a lease agreement, corporate information, manager resolution, membership certificates, financial information, stocks. I would ask that the file be entered in evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. Mr. Attorney, you may proceed, please.
Thank you very much. For the record, J. Brooks Leahy, Delaney, Leahy, Curtis, and Brophy, appearing on behalf of the applicants. My first witness will be Mr. Patel, who is seated beside me to my right. Board bears with me. As a preliminary matter, and to speed things up since I know you have another hearing, I have 3 exhibits. What I'd like to do is have them, they're already pre-marked. I would like to just give them to the board now so that we have them and we can move along a little faster rather than
Thank you.
doing this 3 times. I'll do it once.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Patel, would you please state your name and address?
Sure. Mithilesh Patel, 8615 Andrew Ellicott Court, Ellicott City, 21043.
And how long have you lived at that address?
About 5 months,
Okay. And how old are you, Mr. Patel?
33 years.
Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
What's your connection to HR Ventures LLC, the applicant?
I own the company.
Okay. And are there any other owners of the company?
No. Actually, Mr. Benny, yes.
Mr. Ben
Kirkner.
Kirkner, okay.
He owns Class A, one of the shares on the Class A, and then I own the rest.
Okay. And the one share he owns of Class A represents 10% of the voting stock?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he obtain that 10% interest?
He He paid $5,000 for it.
And he bought it from you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, I'd like to show you what we have already marked as Exhibit 1 and ask if you can identify what is Exhibit 1.
This is a check Mr. Kirkner wrote to me for buying in the Class A voting share, one
Okay.
of them.
And I'm now showing you what we have pre-marked as Exhibit 2 and ask you if you can identify what is Exhibit 2.
This is a deposit into my personal account for that share, for that check.
And you printed this off your phone. You did a mobile deposit?
Yes.
So this $5,000 check was deposited into
Yes,
your...
Bank of Moraga.
Okay, very good. I would move into evidence Exhibit 1 and 2.
We'll accept that.
Thank you very much. Now, are you a party to an asset purchase agreement with Spirit Shop, Inc. for the purchase of this business, Total Discount Liquors?
Yes.
The agreement has been filed with your application as Exhibit 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were the buyer's rights in that agreement assigned to a limited liability company as was permitted in the agreement?
Yes.
And who was it assigned to?
HR Ventures?
Okay, so HR Ventures is the current purchaser of that liquor store?
Yes.
Okay. Does HR Ventures have a lease for the location where Total Discount Liquors is operated in Eldersburg?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the assignee of that lease? Who's the current lessee, the tenant?
Mr. Spirit Shop?
But HR Ventures, your company, is taking the assignment of that lease?
And, yeah, we're
Once this
getting
is
the lease.
approved and once you
Yes.
settle? Okay.
Yes.
Now, is Exhibit 3 to the liquor license, is that a copy of the original lease and also the assignment of the lease to HR Ventures?
Yes.
Okay. Who are the officers of HR Ventures?
Mithulesh Patel, myself, and Mr. Benny Kirkner.
And what's your office?
I'm the president, he's the vice president.
Okay. Now, just a general question, is the information contained in the liquor license application which we filed and that you signed, is that true to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs? Okay. Now, I want to tell the board a little bit about your background and experience. Where were you born?
In India,
And when did you move to the United States?
2010.
2010, so 12 years ago. Why did you move to the United States?
Just college education.
Okay. What college did you attend?
I went to Kennesaw State University, that's down in Georgia.
That's in Georgia? Is that in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
Okay.
Northern,
Did you graduate from Kennesaw State University?
yes.
And what degree did you obtain from Kennesaw State University?
I have a business administration, bachelor's in business administration with a concentration in finance.
Okay. Have you been involved in working in retail establishments during the time you've been in the U.S.?
Yes, pretty much.
Can you tell the board what different retail establishments that you've worked at?
From coffee shops to big box retail like Staples, cell phone providers, Sprint.
Okay. Well, let's start with Staples. When you graduated from college, where did you first work?
I was still working at Staples when I graduated.
Okay. And what was your position at Staples?
I was a technology manager for them,
Okay. And
fixing computers.
Fixing computers. How long did you work at Staples?
A little over 2 years, I believe.
Okay. And when you left Staples, where did you then work?
I started working for Sprint as a assistant corporate store manager.
Okay. And were you subsequently promoted to store manager?
Yes.
And when did you leave Sprint?
2018.
Okay. What did you do next in terms of employment or business pursuits after you left Sprint?
I was interested into owning my own business, so I started working at a friend's place at a convenience store, which I wanted to kind of purchase. That did not work out, so I started my own company in 2018, sometime in the summer, along with my wife. So
Okay. What did this new company do?
We import packaged food, Indian traditional food stuff. My in-laws have a brand that we import into the United States, and we wholesale.
Okay. So your family in India owns a store, owns a business that produces Indian food, snack food, so forth.
Yes.
And you import them. Now,
Yes.
are you the sole importer for that in the United States?
Yes,
Okay. And, but you're a wholesaler, so you sell to distributors or,
that is correct.
okay. And are you still operating that business?
Yes.
Okay. There came a time when you decided to move to Maryland. Why did you decide to move to Maryland?
Family over, and I wanted to get into the liquor retail business. So, and then we are also starting a new family, so I wanted to be closer.
Okay. A new family, meaning your wife is?
Yeah, we are expecting a baby soon.
Okay. So upon moving to Maryland, did you work in a family liquor store to get the feel of the business?
Yes.
How long did you work?
It's about 5 months.
Okay. And whose liquor store was it that you worked at?
Bhavin Patel.
Okay. And is he related to you?
Yes, he's my uncle.
And where is the liquor store that you worked
Yeah,
at?
it's in Laurel.
Okay, Laurel, Maryland, okay. So, did there come a time when you found out about the Total Discount Liquors and made the decision to purchase that?
Yes,
Okay, and we've already submitted the agreement, which is part of the record.
yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we have marked as Exhibit 3 and ask if you can identify what that is.
This is the TAM certificate for the alcohol awareness,
Okay, so you took this course when?
1st of August.
Okay, and why'd you take this course?
Just to familiarize myself with the process and, just to get it a little trained up on who I should be serving.
Okay. How active do you expect to be in the business of Total Discount Liquors?
Full-time.
Do you anticipate hiring some of the current employees that are at the business now?
All,
Okay. You plan on hiring all of them if they'll come?
absolutely.
Okay. How many current employees at the business are TAM or TIP certified?
All of them.
Okay. How many total employees will there be at Total Discount Liquors?
About 10 or 12.
Okay. And when you hire new employees, will you be requiring that they are TAM and TIP certified?
Absolutely.
Okay. Will you have any programs in place to encourage carding for alcohol sales?
Yes.
Would tell the board what you plan to do?
We do plan to have something in place as far as maybe $200 gift card for actively carding a cadet or something.
And you're aware that there's an active program. I sent
Absolutely.
cadets and I found out that that was wrong, but there are an
There's-
active program
Yep.
in Carroll County. Liquor inspectors come around with underage folks, and
Absolutely.
if you're successful, you're told about it.
Yeah.
So you plan on rewarding your successful employees. What will Mr. Kirkner's role be in this new business?
I would like for him to be at least, be at the store every once in a while just to check up on things and make sure everything's running as per they should.
And he's close by, is that right?
Yes.
He has other businesses right close to where Total
Yes.
Discount Liquors are?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have of Mr. Patel.
Mister?
What will be your policy on vertical license?
Not accepting it.
Do you have a threshold on carding? Are you a card everyone, or you a card at a certain age?
I believe everyone that did not seem to be, that seemed to be under 35, I believe, for my certification course.
So the current employees that are there now, you said there's about 10. Are those employees going to be offered positions to stay, or are you going to have new employees?
From what I know, they are all going to stay.
So of those employees that are staying, I see you had a violation in not you personally, the store had a violation in September of 2018. Do you know what steps were taken to make sure that didn't happen again? Is that something that you're privy to, that information, or if that person is still there?
I'm not aware about this.
How about the signage in the store? Are there,
Yeah, there is a calendar at every POS station with the dates, and then the system itself tells you.
do you have the no vertical license posters?
I believe so, yeah. And the staff actually knows about that portion.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
So how long have you been involved with alcohol sales?
About 5 months.
You mentioned you worked at a convenience store. Was it in Georgia?
Yes, that was down in Georgia. In Maryland, it's been about 5 months, and a couple of years back, that was about 6 months. Georgia did have alcohol at convenience stores.
It did have alcohol.
Yeah,
Just beer and wine or liquor?
just beer and wine.
Just beer and wine. And your reward program, you said was about $200?
Yes.
Commissioner, you have any comments?
Not at the moment.
Just had another, will you have, like a training program in-house and then have them sign paperwork
Yes,
that they will, and will you do that with the current employees with your new rules? And
Yes.
then-
I do not plan on changing anything.
I may have missed this, Mr. Patel. HR Ventures LLC, as you say, has 2 officers?
Yes,
You're president, and Mr. Kirtner is vice president.
yes, sir.
Have you ever been on a liquor license before, any other
No, sir.
jurisdiction?
No.
There are no other questions. Mr. Leahy, you may proceed.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to have Mr. Patel's character witnesses testify. I know typically you allow them to do it from the audience. Is that okay, or?
Yeah, they can come up here or there. So,
Okay, gentlemen, do you want to come up here, and you can sit down beside those? You've both been sworn already. Yeah. Mr. Patel, let me start with you. Would you state your name and address for the board?
Yeah, my name is Bhavin Patel, and address is 1421 Heritage Ridge Road, Woodbine, Maryland.
Okay, and how long have you known, I'm going to call him Mickey Patel. How long have you known Mr. Patel?
33 years.
And are you related to him as well?
Yes, my nephew.
He's your nephew. And are you the one that actually had the liquor store where he worked for 4 or 5 months over in Laurel?
Yes,
Do you feel he's a fit and proper person to have a liquor license?
absolutely.
I have no more questions of this witness.
I have none.
I have none.
Okay. Mr. Shah,
Yes,
would you please state your name and address for the record?
sure. My name is Rakesh Kumar Shah. My address is 3804 Head Play Court, Glen Elg, Maryland, 21737.
And how long have you known Mr. Patel?
I know him since last 8 years.
Okay. Do you believe he's a fit and proper person to have a liquor license?
Yes, he.
I have no more questions of this witness.
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirkner, if you would come up next. No, Mr. Kirkner can sit over there.
Sit over here. First thing Mickey did was demote me from president.
The first thing he did was demote you. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Benny Kirkner, 1208 Nottingham Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Are you currently associated with Spirit Shop, Inc., which trades as Total Discount Liquors?
I am.
And what's your connection to that company?
President.
President. And how long have you been involved at Spirit Shop?
30 years.
Okay.
Around there.
And are you yourself involved in managing or overseeing the Total Discount Liquors operation?
Yes,
Okay. And you're actually on the license for that, are you not?
I am.
Okay. What's your ownership interest in this new venture, HR Ventures LLC?
10 shares,
Or 10% voting?
or yes, 10% voting, one share,
And what did you pay for this 10% interest?
$5,000.
Now, is the information in the application for the liquor license that you signed, is that information all true and accurate?
It is.
Okay. And going forward, what will be your involvement once this sale's completed and Spirit Shops no longer owns it, HR does? What will be your involvement in Total Discount Liquors?
Well, initially, I'll be there quite a bit during the holidays, just to make sure they're up to speed. But our staff is senior. The general manager is there now, 22 years. The store manager is 10 years. Most of our clerks are senior, been there years. So, and they're all TAM certified. And they don't take a lot of management, but Mickey's going to work full-time there, and I'm going to come through. Well, I'll be there every day. I'm going to go through the store every day. This is hard.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. Kirkner.
Questions?
I have no questions.
Just one. Mr. Kirkner, you will also be the landlord?
I used to be the landlord.
Okay, you sold your interest in that property?
Sold this shopping center, yes.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. That would be our presentation. I have about a 20-minute final argument, but I'm thinking it's not necessary. But I'll just say that I think Mr. Patel is certainly fit and proper. It's been a very successful ongoing business. He's inheriting and will employ the senior folks there. So I think it's a real good thing for the community. We would ask that the license be granted.
Commissioners? Comments or questions before we?
I'm sorry, did you say any further questions?
Yes, if you have any further questions or comments before we move on?
Do not.
I would just ask the inspector if he has any comments he wants to offer to the board.
No, I mean, we talked about the one violation, but other than that, they passed 11 times. I think just, sounds like he's going to be fit and proper, and we were to keep a check on him.
I have no further questions.
Commissioner, do you have any questions? This time testimony is closed. Mr. Leahy, we can shorten the closing statement from what you commented if you would like, if you'd like any other comments.
No, that was my closing statement. I was
Okay.
being facetious when I said it was 20 minutes. It's 20 seconds.
Well, I was at an event about 2 weeks ago where there was a supposedly facetious statement that the speaker was going to take an hour and 25 minutes. The speaker took an hour and 25 minutes.
Wow.
So, anyway, if there are no closing statements, you have no further comments, Inspector?
Nope.
Okay, testimony and evidence is closed, and now we will decide as a commission the merits of the application and come to a decision, hopefully.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few comments. Initially, I want to start out by saying that I'm very familiar with this store. I live in Eldersburg and have for many years, and this store has a very good reputation in the community, very good reputation. And it, from my experience, is very well run, always has been. And I'm expecting that Mr. Kirkner would not bring anybody in to take over the mantle if they weren't quite capable of continuing that type of outstanding operation. So those are my personal thoughts in connection with the actual application of these gentlemen. I think they're clearly both fit and proper people to have and hold a liquor license in Carroll County. And I look forward to hearing from my fellow commissioners on this issue.
Commissioner?
I agree with Mr. Barnhart. The presentation was full and everything we wanted to know. I appreciate your due diligence in getting certified prior to the hearing. And I agree with Commissioner Barnhart that you do seem like fit and proper people to hold a license in this county. I would be prepared to make a motion if it's agreeable with the chairman.
It's agreeable with the chairman. Please do.
So regarding case 6417, an application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Benny R. Kirkner and Mithilesh Patel for the use of HR Ventures LLC, trading as Total Discount Liquors, 1438 Liberty Road, Suite 10, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784, in Election District 5. I motion that we approve this license.
I second that motion.
Commissioners, you have heard a proper motion and seconding as presented. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. Best wishes for continued success. And I don't know whether this sounds like a semi-retirement for one of the applicants, but knowing what I just learned, that he sold the shopping center, maybe he's ready to take it a little bit easy, because he's been quite successful for many years. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you so much.
Our office
Thank you very
and
much.
staff is at your disposal. If you have any questions or any thing you would like to know,
No.
please don't hesitate to call. Mr. Leahy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Got out with a minute to spare.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wherever you want to sit. Show your pictures.
Okay, I assume this is case 6415.
Okay, this is the last picture has.
Okay. He was already out there. We had to put the one right here.
Right. Yep, that one.
At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon if he will call case 6415, please.
All right, case 6415, a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Daniel Schulman and Arvind Patel for the use of Accurate 2 LLC, trading as Canara Indian Cuisine, 5957 Exchange Drive, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784. Violation hearing, failure to abide by rules 22, 26, 35, and 52 of the rules and regulations of the Carroll County Board of License Commissioners. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Delivery of notice of hearing, signed August 15th, 2022. Violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioner, Rule 52, display of license, Rule 22, hours of operation, Rule 26, licensee responsible, Rule 35, cooperation. The complaint is signed by Inspector Keith Benfer. There's August 15th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Daniel Schulman and Arvind Patel. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify at this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
I stand up, sure.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated, and may I remind you that before you testify and called upon the first time, please state your name and address and spell your last name for the record, please. Inspector Benfer, you are going to present the case. Please proceed.
Inspector Keith Benfer, Board of License Commissioners. On July 26, 2022, at approximately 11 a.m., I completed an inspection of Kenara Indian Cuisine Restaurant located at 5957 Exchange Boulevard, Ellisburg, Maryland. I found 2 violations while I did the inspection. First violation is failure to post a license and failure to post the second violation and failure to post the hours of operations. Both failures are violations of rules and regulations of Board of License Commissioner. I spoke with Emmanuel Vaz, General Manager. He stated he would fix both violations within a week. On August 8th, 2022, I went to Kenara Indian Cuisine Restaurant to check on the violations. Neither of the violations was fixed. Mr. Vaz was not at the restaurant at this time. I told an employee to fix the violations. He stated that they need to get a frame for the license to hang the license on the wall. On August 12th, 2022, I again went to Kenara Indian Cuisine Restaurant to check on the violations. I spoke with Panab Babaker. He stated he had not gotten the frame for the license. He did not know the status of posting of the hours. Ms. Varab Baker stated that licensee Bhavan Patel was back in India, and when he gets back, the violation should be fixed. Mr. Vaz was not, the general manager was not at the restaurant at that time either. I have 2 pictures I'd like to enter, excuse me, correction, 3 pictures I'd like to enter as evidence. I did show the pictures to here. The first picture is a picture of the restaurant without the license post, without the hours posted. And the next 2 pictures are the hours posted and of the license posted. On August 15th, 2022, I went to serve the paperwork in reference to violations. When I went there, both the license was posted on the wall and the hours of operation was posted next to the front door. During conversation I had with Mr. Patel, father was who?
My father, yeah.
His father had passed away in India. That's the reason he was out of the country. Throughout this incident, they were all polite and cooperative, all his employees.
So what again are the 4 violations?
All right. The first violation, license 52, violation 52, display a license. A license is supposed to be displayed at all times on the glass in a conspicuous manner. 22, hours of operation. License is supposed to display the hours of operations outside for the public to see. License responsible. They're required to take some kind of actions if I advise them, and they should cooperate with, and then cooperation, violation 35, they should cooperate with the government agencies, at which they didn't cooperate when I asked them to do something.
Mr. Benford, when you spoke to the licensee, did the licensee, I guess this is on August 15th, when you went back to the restaurant, did you speak to the licensee at that time?
No, we
spoke on the phone.
spoke to the phone. Okay, I spoke to the, yeah, excuse me, yes, I did spoke to him over the phone.
Okay. Did he tell you whether or not he was aware of what was going on while he was in India?
I don't recall that conversation. I don't recall that.
Okay.
You have any questions, Inspector Benford, this time?
So when you spoke to the general manager, did he give you the impression that he was the person that should have fixed that?
Yes.
Okay.
The general manager's name is?
And hopefully I'm Emmanuel Vaz?
Yes, Manuel, yeah. So he's not a general manager, he's just like front end.
Excuse me, state your name and address.
My name is Bhavin Patel. Address is 14719 Lear Court, Glen Elk, Maryland, 21737.
He was the first person
So,
when I did the first inspection.
yes, so he was present over there, like,
Right.
And then, as I said, like, there's no excuse. July 3rd, I got a phone call from back home, India. My mom just called me. Dad had just a major stroke, like, heart attack. And just like while we talking on the phone, like, I just left the country on July 3rd, and we came back after like almost a month, like, me and my brother. And then during that time, I did not constantly communicating with my restaurant or any other businesses, like, So basically, I was pretty shocked for my family, like, just like something just happened back home. And it was just me and my brother, like, we both have different businesses, but we just focus on with my mother. My dad has been my mother for the last 46 years, that suddenly he just left, just trying to fill that hole, like, because that's it, like, then I came back and I heard about all this other violation, like, about the liquor board. I had some other, the other restaurant as well, this restaurant. So a lot of things going on back and forth, trying to do one thing at a time. And this thing should be taken care of within, like, no excuse, like, we hold the person accountable. It's just a matter of frame, just getting a frame and hang the license on the board, like, So I don't know how hard is that for my employer to figure that out, but I think that's what we're dealing with, like, So we have all this conversation with my other employee, like we are just a one-on-one. We did a simple conversation, like something like this, make sure that we implement right away. You cannot wait for me to get involved, like something like, licensing or like checking IDs and that kind of stuff, like, But this is where it is, like, it's like me and I'm back and forth, Ocean City in my home, Odenton, because my mom lives in Ocean City. So I usually almost like a month and a half, I'm just going back and forth, like, But this thing was brought to me, like, when Mr. Keith just called me over the phone, like, I said, like, guys, this is just no excuse for you guys to just go buy a $10 frame. Or I need to know because of or at least just I display the license on the wall right there without the frame. It is visible, like, But there's no excuse, like, I'm saying I apologize. Like, this is the first time happened, but make sure this won't be happening anymore. I'm taking care of day-to-day operation for both locations, and then as I said, like, it's just honest mistake, like, And then as I said, they're not supposed to call me during this time anyway, because it's like my phone was switched off back home, like, just I wasn't constant communication with them at all, like, So it's just like shock for me and my brother, both of us, like, we just back home, just trying to go through this thing for our family, like,
What involvement does Daniel Schumann have in the restaurant?
So Daniel just like he comes in, like, he doesn't come like every day. It's like maybe once a month. Like, he basically comes out, like, just check on us, just sit down sometime. Like, and if I need any help, he has some dialysis going on as well. He's also ill. He has a kidney. He has to go to dialysis right now. He's on a list to get a replacement of his kidney as well. So I'm not asking him too much to do for me right now. Like, when I'm gone, I should have, hey, can you just keep on and all that? But it's just sudden, like, like 1:30 in the afternoon, I got a phone call, and I just left the same July 3rd on the holiday evening. I just left right away, like, So I had so yeah.
So did the people that you left in charge of the restaurant, did they try to reach out to Daniel Schulman because they couldn't get a hold of you?
No, they did not.
Do they understand he's on the license?
Yeah, they do. But they're not aware of that. Like, they should have known, but they are not. If they're not getting $5 frame, like, my president, I don't know. It's like there's no way they're gonna call Schumann and tell him do that as well. Like, it was my apology. Like, basically it's just a simple mistake, and I take responsibility for that. But make sure from now on, nothing will this happen because I'm looking day-to-day operation. Like, this thing happens from, like, it's like death in family. It just like happens. Just like suddenly, like, Dad was only 73-year-old and just like perfectly healthy man, like, I don't know, it just.
Our condolences.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You say you have another restaurant. Where is that located?
It's in the Clarksville, Maryland. It's called Mint Indian Cuisine.
And how much time do you spend
between
the two restaurants?
So both restaurants, we open at 12 o'clock over there. So I'm usually there like for 3-4 hours over there in the morning. Then I come here like 4 o'clock. We open 4 to like 6, 7 in the evening. During the weekends, I'm pretty much here, living, breathing Kinara, pretty much the week Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
And I think Canara is closed from 2:30 to 4?
We close at 2:30 in the afternoon till 4 till 4 now for dinner rush. Yeah.
I have peeked in. You've done a very nice job.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I haven't dined there yet, but it certainly is a very attractive restaurant.
Thank you.
Mr. The general manager,
Vaz.
Mr. Vaz, Emmanuel Vaz,
Emmanuel, yeah.
where was he employed before you employed him?
So he used to work for 7-Eleven, gas station. But previously, before COVID, he used to work for me at the Mint in Clarksville. He was my full-time. And after COVID, like I had to let a couple of my full-time employees, let go by, so, we're going to work like 2 days or maybe 1 day. And during that time, 7-Eleven and some other places looking for full-time help. So I said, you know what, I'm not holding you. If you want to go work for them, you're more than welcome. So he went there. And then when we started the new project, Kinara, I asked him if you want to join my crew, because even during that time, COVID time, we're looking for good help. And these guys are professional, but as I say right now, follow-up things, that's not their thing, I guess, and then I just say just one month and a half, that just kind of pushed me behind of all this thing, but he should know,
Well, when you say he should know, what makes you think he should know based on his past history? When he worked for you in Clarksville, perhaps?
Yeah, he did work for Clarksville. Yeah, he did work for Clarksville, and then we had liquor license over there as well, for Howard County, and then everything display on the big, because his impression was maybe I want to order the big, 20 by 30 big frame, and there's going to be all the licenses going to go on that, maybe that's what his impression was. But I thought, you know what, that's what we have at the other place, maybe that's where he's waiting for the big frame. But I said, we can still go buy its individual frame and just put him on display, and that's what I did, and then matter of fact, just putting small piece of paper, putting in the, stick something outside the building, So he said it doesn't look good because, restaurants, I said, then order for Amazon, something we can order some original, So our display, all the online Google post, our Facebook post, all the hours has been posted on our website and everything. But yeah, matter of fact, Mr. Keith came to our restaurant that they should be displayed for the customer to see outside the building as well,
Yeah. Do you have a copy of our rules and regulations at the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
For
Book
your
handy, yeah.
employees to refer to if you're not there?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with?
I'm familiar with, yes, sir, yes. Mr. Keith came first time we opened, but the restaurant was not open. He explained me some rules and regulations when I was there, and I appreciate it, also we had the ID, vertical and horizontal, that also we educated on that as well, so I think that really appreciate it,
And how many people are employed at Canara?
Kinara, we have currently right now we have 12 full-timers, and then so basically not including myself, 12 full-timers plus weekend we have so we're looking 16 people, 16 employee.
And how's the restaurant doing right now?
So far it's not bad, because last few months up and down, because people are still finding out we're still there. We are not doing too much now. We are not screaming too much all over the place, it's word of mouth everything right now. And the county is pretty supportive, as I say, it's going well, it's going to pick up from next 3 months. That's where the season starts from now on until February. So we'll see the huge difference will be going down the road,
How long have you been open?
Since June 3rd, sir.
Since June 30th?
June 3rd.
June 3rd.
Yeah.
And your first stop by was when? July what?
26?
July 26th.
And the license had not been displayed for a month and a half.
Correct.
Well, he didn't have his license when he first opened.
Right, you
Yeah,
didn't get your
because they don't
license.
receive it because we have we had conditional thing for the weekend or something like that. So there's a plumbing or not plumbing, but there's the fire marshal has to come and check the door, push bar and all that. So I think that's the reason was pushed back a little bit. It was not come to me until I think Miss Jo she knows I think came right after. I don't know what day it was there, but I think it was not on June 3rd.
Yeah, he got his license on the 14th of June.
It was still over a month.
Yeah, it is. That's a So there's no excuse. Like, the license was on the folder right there, and I told him at least just display license without frame, like, but as I say, like, just like, and then June 3rd I got the news, and I just had to left the country for almost a month and a half, like, and then no, I would say a month and a half, I would say almost a month, like, but I went back and forth. I was not even present at the restaurant at that time at all, like, because Mom was kind of like, she's with my brother right now, Ocean Pine, Maryland. So I was constantly back and forth, like hour, 2 hours drive every day, like, just see.
Yeah. So that explains some things.
Right.
But of course, as you know,
Right.
it doesn't excuse things.
It's not, I know. Business,
It
business,
certainly
right.
helps us to understand
Right.
why things happened as they did.
Right. As I say, for moving on, like, as I say, we have a responsible person now over there. He's gonna follow up for both restaurants. We hired the manager for both restaurants for compliance and all kind of stuff. So he's taking care of all the compliance. He's taking care of both counties, like, Howard County and Carroll County. So he's doing everything he can, like, and also I'm looking after everything as well, like, as owner.
Yeah. So, and you understand that theoretically, our inspector could have charged you for each time he walked in there and there was a violation,
Right.
but he didn't.
I appreciate that.
There are multiple charges that legally he could have presented to us.
Right. I really appreciate Mr. Keith, like, thank you.
Well, I mean, he usually uses that kind of sense, that he tries to work. I don't want to speak for you, but the board and our inspector does try to work with our licensees. But this case that's presented this morning, it's the first time I've seen a case like this, where I've seen
It's like violation, right?
multiple requests to correct a violation,
Right.
and the inspector did not charge you,
Right.
and it didn't get corrected on multiple occasions, and to me, that's very unusual. This is a first impression for me, this kind of
Right.
case.
That's how I told the guys. That's shame on me, like, that not to follow up with them, like, but I said, like, just it should be displayed right away. But the impression was on their head, it was like big frame gonna come and we stick everything on it. That's what it is. It's no excuse, but I'm saying that's what we displayed at the other location. That's what they're looking for. But as I say, like, everything's been displayed right now. Like, they should be done like day first when we got the license. It just neglected. I don't know why. But there's other things too, because since we opened, like, all this waves and waves of customer coming in, like, like brand new restaurants. So everyone checking us out, like, basically. So we are kind of so much busy taking care of customer, like, not focusing on some other things, like, but since new. But now everything's settled down after 3 months. We know we know what the flow is going to be. We know how we can handle our customers and all that stuff, So we're learning a lot down the road, like, But I said, like, it's just an honest mistake. Like, just like, there's no excuse, but I'm saying, like, it's just a simple, it's just like.
And you say that Mr. Schumann comes in there several times during the month?
Yeah, like, because right now I'm not bringing him too much because he's in dialysis almost 2-3 times a week.
But he's still stopping into the restaurant?
He's still stopping, yes, he is, yeah.
And how do you know him?
He's my POS from other restaurant, from my Howard County.
He's your what?
I know him from Mint. He's taking care of my POS system and all that over there too.
Oh.
So he know me since 2018.
Services, is that what you mean?
He services too. Sometime he also, like, he's a good friend of mine as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you started to mention a little bit ago, or you started to say that Mr. Vaz is not your general manager.
So Emmanuel is not a manager. He's the front end. He's the front end. I don't like to give a title to my people to my employee. Like, when they give a title, it's gonna be over the head sometime. So he's just like a head person, the front end. He's taking care. Like, I don't call him in charge, but he's like he's a head person. Like, he's follow up. Like, when I'm not there, he should be following up on things. Like, something runs out, he can go get it for me. Like, he's my go guy basically. So I don't like to give a title to anyone in my restaurant. My chef, I don't give him a chef. I just call him by name. Like, So in this industry, I learn a lot. Like, if you give them a title, they be over the head and they think, like, they try to run the show and all that. So we just like snap
Well, in
them.
defense of a title,
Right.
had he known he was going to be responsible for making sure all of this was fixed at
Well-
the first visit, do you think he would have?
He would
Because it
have.
sounds like on subsequent visits that there were people that didn't know what Keith was talking about. Didn't I get that impression?
I mean, they knew what I was talking about. They knew that needed to be fixed. They said they were going to fix it later that week on the second visit. And then when I showed up The third time, that's when
So maybe without like the manager, no one knows whose job it is to
Job it
fix
is.
that.
But now they hold it responsible. We hold accountable now. I said, this is what's going to be from now
And
on.
you said you did hire someone to be a manager
Yes,
at both
Matthew.
places,
Yep.
so.
So he's taking care of that.
Importance of.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
need someone to, because God forbid you would have another emergency.
Yes. So he'll be.
And-
I hope not, but yeah.
Yeah.
For a long time, but yeah, but he's
Make
been
sure
taking care of
it's-
both.
yeah.
Yes, but as I'm looking day-to-day operation now. Like both restaurant, I'm opening there, closing here. So I'm just basically for next 3 months, I'll be here every day. Like every evening. I like to touch all my customers when come in for the door after 4 o'clock. I want to make sure everything's been taken care of. As I say, I'll be here. But it's like we have a responsible person now for both restaurant now. He's doing all the compliance issues and all this stuff.
Give him a book too?
Yeah, he got both. We educate him. I send him a lot of videos, make it look online. Also, I read off the vertical and the horizontal license because the state of Maryland and also state of Pennsylvania. So he knows that as well. And he also does what is called tips, safe all the classes. He took the classes as well.
Mr. Benford, aside from these two violations, did you look around the restaurant and feel comforted that other things were being
everything
done
else
right?
was good. They passed everything else. It was a good inspection besides those two violations.
So they have, the only inspections is what you have done, right?
Yeah,
No checks for sales and so forth?
we haven't checked them for.
They were closed when I went to do it. No, when I attempted to do a underage compliance, it was in their closed period between 2:30 and 4 o'clock, so the establishment hasn't been checked yet.
Any other questions, comments?
No. Well, I guess I have, I'll get to the comment section, or the discussion section, I guess I have some comments.
No other comments?
No other comments? You have any other comments, final comments?
No, sir. I say just an honest mistake, and this won't be happening anymore. We'll be the 100% compliance by the county and the liquor board. As I said, it's just one other thing. I don't want to take too much time, but things like my dad worked so hard. Since '98 we came to U.S. With me and my brother, 4 of us just came to U.S. and basically it's American dream. Owning businesses and all that. We went to school and all that. So he's happy that I see both of our brothers is doing pretty well. When he left, I'm sure he has no. But I said it just suddenly just happened. He's supposed to. The other regret I had for myself, we opened a restaurant on June 3rd. And July 3rd, I got the news from my home within 1 month. He couldn't see my whole restaurant, which I built. He said, Mr. said, he look at inside. He built a nice restaurant. I wish he could have seen that what I had done for this place. That's about it. It's just 1 month. If he would have come back, he's coming back in the end of July, and he couldn't see the whole restaurant. But that's probably not meant to be, I guess. But other than that, sir.
You were gone about a month?
Almost sir, yeah, almost a month, and I came back, and I was with my brother, Ocean Pine. He lives over there, with my mom. So we brought her back. My mom came back with us, and he took her over there. So maybe sometime, at least once or twice a week, I usually go see my mom, and I just stay there for a day or two over there, Plus, I have my daddy duty as well. I had to take care of my 2 kids and restaurant and all that. But everything's been resolved. Everything's worked out pretty good. Plus, my dad accounts with policy. There's a lot of stuff going on after we had to close. A lot of stuff so all the that policy and everything, But as I said, there's no excuse. But I'm saying everything's resolved now. I'll be fully focused on business now, and I want to make sure this restaurant will take it to the next level for the Carroll County,
Okay. Commissioners?
Well, I'll just offer a few brief comments. Obviously, there are violations here. And obviously, you're not contesting that the violations occurred. And as I indicated earlier, for me at least, this is a new set of violations, the pattern that we see here. I really haven't seen this before. So I'm thinking about how to handle it. And I'm sure the other commissioners are as well. And generally, what we do here, in my mind, is when a licensee has a violation, they start off with a fine. And then every time that violation gets repeated, if it does get repeated, we double that fine. Generally, we think in terms of selling to minors when we do that, because we see a lot of that as far as violations go, but this is very different. And in my mind, I could see applying that same paradigm where if we came up with a number for your first violation and then doubled it the next visit, double it the next visit, and double it the next visit, then you get into some money. You know, it's like a compound interest, how it grows. Also looking at it from the human point of view, you had a lot on your plate at this time, and you're not offering excuses, but you're explaining how these things happened, and I appreciate that. And you know, I feel bad that you had to suffer a family tragedy and deal with everything that goes with that. At the same time this is happening, it's just bad timing for you. And so I think that, you know, I suggest to the rest of the board that that gets taken into account.
Thank you, sir.
But there is a number of violations here. And I guess one could argue that some of these violations are the lesser included offense in other ones, but maybe that's for another time. At any rate, those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Malwini.
Your comments?
I agree with Commissioner Barnhart. The extenuating circumstances were beyond your control. Unfortunately, it sounds like the structure of your business, no one really knew what to do. And that kind of was your downfall, unfortunately, that they didn't know how to take the lead. Because with the acts of the employees and cooperating with Keith, although I understand the violations, which were probably very frustrating to him for
Right.
going there and not having them comply,
I agree.
they may not have known they were supposed to comply. So it's kind of a catch-22, because your employees are supposed to comply with Keith, but I don't know that they knew their limit of how they should comply, or when they should, or what they could step over to do without your permission or without Mr.
Right.
Schulman's position.
Right.
So unfortunately, I think that, as I mentioned earlier, that whole structure of your business
Right.
failed you at that point, for
Right, they
having
did.
people that weren't knowledgeable as what to do if there was a situation you were not reachable.
Right.
I would say that if there's a motion to be made, I would defer it to Commissioner Barnhart, who is I'm newer to the board, and I wouldn't really know where to go with it, because it looks like there's 4 violations here.
Right.
And like you said, if you start with the base fine and go up,
Up and all right.
and it's not like each one is, so they all get added together at the end.
Right. Right.
So I'm not real, I don't know whether he wants to discuss, or I don't know where it should go from there.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we take a brief recess to discuss the evidence and testimony and the merits of the case.
Before I ask for a second on that, Mr. Patel, when did you first learn of this problem?
So when Mr. Keith called, like he came Friday, right? And then when I spoke with him, he said, Bob, and this has to be, so I talked to my guy, like, you know, guys, this has to be fixed right now, because this could be like a serious. So Friday when I spoke to him over the phone, so I was,
Friday, what Friday?
August 12th.
August 12th, right? And I was back and forth, like, you know, then I just had a conversation with him. And that moment I said, guys, he had to get this thing right, executed right away. And that's within an hour, everything's been displayed, everything's been right there. And then that's where we fix a problem right there, like, you know. But I said, like, it shouldn't take Mr. Keith to come 4 times to do, as I say, it's a shame on the guy, it's a simple thing, like, just go buy the frame. But the impression was a bigger frame, bigger picture, like, with the food license, with the liquor license, with the state license, everything goes in one frame. It was just a miscommunication between, maybe that's what then ahead, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of it, like, otherwise these guys can know, go to Walmart and just get the frame and just basically hang them, as a matter of fact.
So I guess the answer then is that our inspector was there on the 12th and talked to you on the 12th of August.
Right.
And then 3 days later, our inspector comes and the problem has been corrected.
Right.
Correct.
So once licensee learned, it was obviously corrected in a timely fashion.
I agree. I mean, but I was going back what the employees are telling me. If I needed, if they said they couldn't do it, I would have reached out to,
Directly.
and the licensee, the general
I'm not
manager.
sure that the licensee was available. Was your
Well, I
phone?
I would have called his phone number and left a message.
The email could have reached me, I would say, yeah.
Okay.
When I was told they'd take care of it within a week, then I've been told they'll take care of it another week. I believe it's being taken care of.
I understand.
Okay, would you like to repeat that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we take a brief recess to discuss the evidence and merits of the case.
Second that.
Motion's been made and properly second that we take a brief recess to discuss the merits of the case. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. We will Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in order to render a decision on case 6415. We have deliberated the merits of this case, and at this time, the chair would ask if there is a motion to be made.
I am prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. So it took some deliberation to decide what we thought would be, valid decision on this. So in terms of case 6415, A Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Daniel Schulman and Bhavan Patel for the use of Accurate 2 LLC trading as Kanara Indian Cuisine, 5957 Exchange Drive, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784, for the violation of Rule 22, which is a violation of posting your hours. I would issue a fine of $25. For violation of Rule 26, I'm going to go to 52 first. So 52, display of license, I'm also going to motion for a violation of $25. And for 26 and 35, the acts of the employees and the cooperate with Keith, I feel like that has more potential to be a public safety issue. Your employees are an extension of you, and they should be doing what is best for the company and best for the licensee. On both of those, 26 and 35, I would issue a fine of $50 each for a total fine of $150, and that would be my motion.
And I would second that motion, Mr. Chairman, with just a clarification that what we're talking about is we find the licensee culpable of violation of Rule 22. The fine is $25. For violation of Rule 26, which we find you culpable of, the fine is $50. For violation of Rule 35, which we find you culpable of, the violation is $50. And for Rule 52, the violation fine is $25, and we find you culpable of that as well.
I agree.
That's just for a point of clarification. I'm not amending
Thank you.
the motion. That's just for the record.
So you're seconding the motion?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable and, as stated, issue a total fine of $150. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Patel, we find you culpable of the charges that have been presented, and as has been explained, a total fine of $150.
Okay, sir, no problem. As I said, this is the first time you guys seen this kind of, just fall off like 4 times for just simple thing. This should be, as I say, the employee's extension is mine. They should be taking care of this thing right away. As I say, this won't be, as I said, we already have enough, we have a person who can take care of this from now on. And also have a conversation with Mr. Keith, he'll be constant communication with me, email or something, whatever we need for, as I say, I'll be the responsible person for now on,
Yeah.
But that's how I do want to invite you guys. Please come and check out this place. Anytime you guys can, Ms. Jo, I'll talk to her almost July when we get licensed. Please swing by, take a look at the restaurant, And I was just please, yeah. I build a place. I just want you guys to take a look, please.
I haven't been inside the establishment personally, but I've been past there numerous times.
Okay.
There's other licensees establishment throughout the area there. Just down the street behind you and so on and so forth, as you're well aware. And we, as Commissioner Barnhart mentions, our condolences to you, and
Thank you, sir.
understand and appreciate that within 3 days after you knew it, it was all taken care of, but hopefully you have rectified the problem that existed during your untimely call away, so
Thank you, sir.
we wish you the best. Congratulations, and you have 30 days upon official notice from Ms. Vance to satisfy the fine.
Sure. Or I can just go up there and take care of that today.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank you very
Councilman. Thank you.
much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Okay, the next scheduled item here will be of much discussion, I'm sure.
Lunch.
We will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Dave, George, because even though I wrote all across it, find culpable, I wrote it all across.
Okay, we're back in session. To continue from our meeting this morning. The rule changes, we said at 2 PM we could do. It's past 2 PM, and Joe gave us the update wording, copy, and so on and so forth this morning with the changes that were recommended at the last meeting. Do you, off the top of your head, or George, do you know which ones?
We talked about it last
We
meeting?
only talked about one or two
Right.
to make changes. Joe, do you know?
There's one on page,
There was something on Rule 2 that we originally took out that we put back in. Do you recall what that was?
Rule 2.
there's no rule.
Mine starts at
We
Rule
start with
6.
Maybe page 2.
Page 2, maybe?
No.
The first change that I had was we added the word "or." I'm trying to remember what page that was on.
Okay, here's from last month.
What the hell did I do? I had a couple of copies of these things.
So from,
Page 8.
yeah, page 8, we did some punctuation work.
Page 7, we changed revocation to violation.
Yes.
Rule 15H.
Yeah, it's right here.
And then page 8, we changed it to either or. Or.
I remember, it was only a couple like that that we did.
And then this footnote add not to exceed 15 bar seats.
Where is the either/or change?
On page 8, I think it might have been not either or, but for.
It was or, yeah. We, it was, one.
It was,
With voting rights or holding at least 10% interest in a limited liability company with voting rights, or for which actual consideration paid is $5,000.
yes.
Right.
So.
That
yeah,
was the main one.
Yeah, that was an either/or one, and I think I looked at it and Joe got that on the new one, but what rule was that? That's Rule 16, okay.
And then, page 15, we had a question about whether or not distilleries could sell as mixed drinks for off-site consumption,
Right, if the state said okay.
You can't. Somebody, you all told me that, somebody.
yeah.
Did you tell me that? Yes, somebody.
And it looks like on.
Since the last meeting, somebody, one of you
Oh,
three.
okay.
Yeah.
So this one.
Basically, we left that the way it was.
It was the day when I was in the office and you came in, we asked you another question. Said that.
Yeah.
And then on page 17, Rule 57, we changed minimum hours specified, instead of shall be, we changed it to may be.
Maybe. Very good, Tina.
I wrote it all down.
You did.
Okay, so this was on the agenda for 2 o'clock, so with those changes, they've all been made and checked and so on and so forth. We heard everything else, unless there's,
Coppermine gentleman's gonna be here, and he's checking in, he's walking down the hall now.
well, we're on the rules now, so
Okay.
we're gonna finish this up, whether he comes in the door or whether he don't. Is there any further discussion or comment on these rules as amended, proposed amended?
Well, the final version I have, I received it this morning, and It looks like it comports with what we came up with last hearing. So, and we, I think, agreed to these changes that were made. So I don't think there's any opposition to anything that we've been presented this morning.
Hearing none, would somebody like to make a motion that we approve the rules as presented?
I'll make a motion that we approve the changes to the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Carroll County, the most current version that was presented to us today on the 12th of October, 2022.
I second that motion.
Motion's been made and seconded that we approve the new wording, new rules, changes, and so forth as presented here. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. So these will be incorporated.
And the next big thing is making an index that makes sense.
Exactly.
It will be a challenge.
Yeah.
I won't say what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
And it wasn't bad, there's nothing. Okay, the next thing we have on our agenda is Copper Mine requests for several outdoor events in November and December. Thank you. What do we mean by several?
Well, there's multiple applications, and each application is multiple days. Which, by the way, you need to submit one more.
I'm missing one.
Well, you have one that's for 8 days, and you can only do 7.
7. Understood.
So you need to submit another application for that one day.
The last day.
This is Jeff Crumrine from Copper Mine.
Do we need him on record? Tell us a little bit about Copper Mine. Who owns it? What's it for? How long has it been in existence? And all the principles.
Copper Mine's owned by Alex Jacobs. They own an original site off of 83 in Baltimore County. They bought Four Seasons Sports Complex 3 years ago when it was going under, and then they recently purchased Sportsman's Hall, Cascade Lake, and then newly, they don't own it, but they work in conjunction with Blue Ocean, which owns Pantherplex, which is North Carroll High School.
And who is Blue Ocean?
I have no idea. They're the ones who own that facility. Most of my work is at Cascade, where this event is.
Can I ask who you are?
Jeff Crumrine.
Jeff who?
Crumrine.
Jeff Crumrine. And you're what? General manager?
I'm the coordinator of that event, and then I run all their summer camps at Cascade Lake. So most of the events that go through Cascade Lake are overseen by me.
And as we look through these applications, what Copper Mine is a separate corporation or is it a subsidiary of somebody else?
A separate corporate. Copper Mine itself is a business. The nonprofit that we're raising money for is Friends of Cascade Lake, which is a sectioned off part of Cascade Park. When it was bought by Patrick 2 years ago, which formerly was Cascade Lake, half of it is owned by Copper Mine in itself for business purposes. The other half is being rebuilt for public use. That's what the fundraiser is for, Friends of Cascade Park.
Who's the 5013Cs or 3013Cs or whoever it is that you're getting these licenses on for nonprofit?
Friends of Cascade Park, also owned by
Friends of
Alex.
Cascade Park.
Correct. Also owned by Alex Jacobs.
And who are the principals of Friends of Cascade Park? The same people?
There is a board. This is a new 501c3. The principals, he's a member of the board, but he's not the main board member. Like, he's not the president.
We're talking about Friends of Cascade.
Friends of Cascade Park, correct. This is a new 501c3. It's a stream restoration project, bringing it back open for public use. Half of Cascade Park. The other half is for Copper Mine.
So, is there a blending of this charitable group and the owner of Cascade Lake? Is there overlapping? Is there separation between the 501c3 and the other entity that's involved here?
Well, the 501c3 has a separate value. So that's the whole.
Separate what, value?
Yeah, that's the entire thing that's going on the other side of Cascade Lake is the reconstruction of the area where the lake used to be. We don't use that property at this moment.
Who owns that?
Alex Jacobs.
All right. So he owns the land where this 501c3 is doing restoration.
Correct.
And who is Alex Jacobs?
He's the owner of Coppermine.
I know, but who is he, really? Well, what does he do? Where does he live? Where's he from?
He is, I don't know his specific address. He's an entrepreneur. He owns several copper mines. He owns the mine in Baltimore.
So he owns the one that's, that you see off on
83. Yes, that's his original
Falls Road.
site.
Right.
Falls
That's-
Road, yes. Yep, that's where everything started.
Yeah, okay. Everything I've always heard about that place was it's a great place.
Yes, nice people.
Yeah. So he's an entrepreneur, and the Friends of Cascade Park, he's on the board, did you say?
Yeah, he's one of the board members, but he's not the one that makes all of the decisions for it. He did that on purpose.
Okay, and
who is that?
Alex?
No, who does make all the decisions?
Julie Gochar.
Can you spell that?
Gouchar.
Goucher? Goucher?
Goucher. Let me.
Like Goucher College?
I think that's just a coincidence. But yes, let me double check that is the correct spelling.
Okay.
Gouch.
So she makes the decisions for the foundation, I guess according to the bylaws of the, I'm sorry, not the foundation, the 501c3.
Gochar.
AR.
And then I have some notes of the 501c3 as well, if you guys would like to hear them, of
Yes,
what
I
their
would.
values are. Cascade Park notes.
When you say notes, what exactly do you mean?
These are essentially what the project is and what we're doing with our 501c3 to a T. That's not just me paraphrasing. So what the efforts are, what the goals are, what the description is, the budget, the impact, community outreach, and the environmental benefits of it.
We'd like to hear them.
Sure. I'll start from the beginning. Do you want me to start at the beginning? Everything that's on here? Our team at the Friends of Cascade Lake is dedicated to reimagining, preserving, and expanding the 8 acres of iconic land at Cascade Lake for the surrounding community, visitors, and future generations to come. With the support of the state of Maryland, our Stream Valley Restoration Project will preserve the ecosystem, engage the community with public access to recreational space, and support ecological and water quality environmental efforts. Preserve the ecosystem, we will promote ecological sustainability of the land and the surrounding habitat by building up the wetlands and restoring the lake bed to a body of water. Engage the community by rebuilding and maintaining the land. We will provide the community with public access to a multitude of adventure-based recreational spaces, walking paths, campsites, picnic areas, adventure courses, aerial park, zip lines, and ropes course. Stream Valley restoration effort. This project will support the state's watershed implementation plan for the Chesapeake Bay TMDL, pollution diet for the bay. Restoration of the stream channels and flood plans create opportunities to trap sediment and nutrients and is a recognized best management practice in the WIP. Public access, open public access to a Carroll County treasure that the community will continue to enjoy for generations. By reimagining the experience of Cascade Lake into Cascade Recreation and Adventure Park, the community will benefit from a robust line of outdoor activities right in their backyard. Additionally, the park will bring tourists to the area, from those looking for a leisurely connection with nature to those seeking the thrill of adventure. Family-oriented bullet points, family-oriented day trips, summer camp destination for local camp providers, campsites, walking, biking, and hiking trails, water experiences, adventure courses, aerial parks, zip lines, mountain bike. Community outreach, bullet points, Carroll and Baltimore County Disadvantaged Youth Adventure School and Camps, Carroll County Youth Services Division, mental health, outdoor therapy, and overall community wellness, open to other community outreach and youth groups like Scouts that were not able to use the property previously. Create volunteer opportunities. Environmental bullet points, promote fish passage and aquatic organism growth.
You mentioned something about a budget in there.
The budget estimate, 1.83 million, 100,000 fieldwork and data collection necessary to design and permit the restoration project, 1.3 to 1.4 million permitting and construction planning estimate depending on the project elements and materials available for on-site use, 333,000 construction and installation of climbing tower, aerial adventure course, zip lines, and challenge course equipment.
Is there a difference between Friends of Cascade Lake LLC and Friends of Cascade Park?
I don't know what's the other one.
Well, the
Did I
application.
write it in the wrong way?
Well, I don't know, there's some of the, in the applications, sometimes it's called Friends of Cascade Park, and sometimes it's called Friends of Cascade Lake.
It should be Friends of Cascade Park, because that's the actual name of it. Cascade Lake is what it used to be called. It's now called
Well,
Cascade Park.
there's also some information here of an LLC called Friends of Cascade Lake LLC. This nonprofit organization is designed to bring a portion of Cascade Park back to the community for public use. This is an email.
Yeah, then that must have just my typo. Friends of Cascade Park, not Lake.
Okay, when you first started reading off of there, you said lake. Was that just a misspeak?
Yeah, they have Cascade Lake. It is the Friends of
Cascade-
Cascade Park. I believe that's what the
They
issue
have
was.
Lake
Because
there,
it
too.
formerly used to be called Cascade Lake, and then Coppermine decided to change the name to Cascade Park.
Can you get us the articles of incorporation for this
Sure.
LLC?
Articles of Incorporation.
I mean,
I
it's,
have that right here.
or orders of organization, because it says.
It does say Friends of Cascade Lake. I guess it is Friends of Cascade Lake. I don't know why. My assumption was it was called what it is called, but it is. I'm looking at the articles of incorporation right now, and it says Friends of Cascade Lake. So that is correct.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. So it's an LLC, and that'd be articles of organization, maybe? So you said articles of incorporation.
Uh-huh.
What is the name of, at the top of the articles of incorporation that you have there?
Friends of Cascade Lake Incorporated.
Inc.
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 Yes.
Not LLC.
No, INC.
Okay. Is there a limited liability corporation involved in any of this
I
discussion?
don't believe so. This is the only that I'm referring to. I must have put a typo. I apologize.
That's okay.
Would you like me to forward this to you?
Well,
The articles of incorporation?
I think it'd be helpful, I mean, speaking for myself, it would be helpful to understand who the players are in these requests. Because at this point, the record is a little confused. And that happens. Like, here's Friends of Cascade Park. They're on the application for a sip and stroll in November.
Correct.
So I don't know who Friends of Cascade
Cascade
Park
Lake is the correct term.
Okay, so is Friends of, okay. And it's an Inc., it's incorporated under the laws of Maryland.
Correct.
And it's a 501c3.
Correct.
Okay. So just for our file, just, that documentation would be great to have.
Understood.
Just send it to me, Jeff.
And maybe, I don't know, I guess the chairman or maybe Tim can say, if we receive this, do they have to now amend the application, or can they amend it orally at the next hearing, or how do you think we should proceed on that?
I guess they can amend it orally.
So and we could probably do it now, is that right? Sure. All right, so it's a chairman's call about how to go past that. I'm just looking at the record, that's.
We can do it that way.
How many events are we talking about here?
It's one event, but 22 dates.
One event with 22 dates?
Correct. It's all the same event.
It's a sip and stroll?
The event is Cascade Lights. There are only 2 sip and strolls within that. They're looking to sell alcohol not as a sip and stroll the other dates.
You're asking to sell alcohol at 22 dates?
Correct.
Over what period of time?
Starting on Black Friday until December 30th, only on weekends Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
All the way through.
all the way through the entire event.
So you're asking for 22 one-day license?
Correct. I understand it says sip and stroll on there. I thought it would be easier to explain it that way because I didn't know that I was going to be actually up front and face to face with everybody explaining it.
Who made the
Do you want to look at
application?
this?
Yeah.
Yes. What is Cascade Lights again?
That's a Christmas light walkthrough.
Is that name of an organization or name of an event?
It's the name of the event.
We approved those the past 2 years. The sip and strolls.
22 of them?
Under the
No,
name,
just-
of Cascade Lights, so Cascade Lights is a sip and stroll?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's been, as I recall, very well attended.
Very well attended. Now they're just trying to spread out so you don't get one big bunch of people at one day. You're going to try to spread out throughout the holiday season.
Yeah.
So there'll be, but there are going to be 2 main sip and strolls. We're going to add more alcohol vendors. The other days is going to be one vendor
Just us, just Coppermine will control everything.
on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Coppermine as which entity?
Friends of Cascade Lake.
The 501c3.
Correct.
So,
So the profits go toward the effort.
yeah. So sometimes using Coppermine interchangeably with a 501c3 confuses me.
Correct. I'll refer to it from now on as Friends of Cascade Lake. Is that better?
Yeah, or the charitable organization.
Charitable organization, 501c3, sorry.
You all got me confused really good after looking at this. It says it is hereby certified that Alex Jacobs is the owner of the above-described premises and that the Cascade Lights, parentheses, organization, is authorized and empowered to hold a sip and stroll function on said premises on the said date.
So it should say Friends of Cascade Lake. I understand now why
Yeah.
I messed that up. Friends
Yeah,
of
so-
Cascade Lake should be authorized to do that.
Right, so
This
Cascade
says
Lights,
Cascade Lights.
Correct. That's the name of the event.
that's I think he's saying that's a typo now.
Okay.
It's not an organization.
Correct. No, it is not an organization.
It was-
That
it was put
statement
in the
should.
organization's blank.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, we can fix that. We can redo all those lights if that's what you want. Just if you can approve it or come back next month and approve it or make orally amend it.
We're just trying to get at who actually is the
Friends of
licensee.
Cascade
and
Lake.
what their
That's the 501(c)(3).
organizational part is on this operation.
And then the owner, Coppermine is the owner of the property,
Right, and so therefore, the Coppermine ownership, whoever it is, if that's a company.
allowing
They have to allow the 501c3
C3
to use the property.
Yes.
for the sip and stroll.
Right, and,
Correct. I'm sorry I wasn't clear.
no, listen.
First time in this fancy
Even
room.
for a lawyer, that's,
Listen,
yeah.
Well, you got Friends of Cascade Park, and you got Cascade Park, it's 2 different things. Then you throw in Cascade Lights, that's 3. Next thing, you'll have Hampstead Lights at Christmas time or something in there.
So, but uniformly, throughout all the applications, it's a 501c3 that's incorporated in Maryland.
Correct.
That's making the application.
correct.
Okay.
And I emailed you the corporation.
Oh, you mean me personally?
Yeah, you said you wanted them, so I sent it to you.
Oh, well, I turned my phone off because
Just do it for 3.
And Julie Gouchard is what to Friends of Cascade Lake LLC?
At the moment, she's I guess we would call her the organizer, the president, the chairperson. She's the one that organizes
my
the
mistake.
efforts.
So it's not an LLC, it's an Inc.
Inc.
Okay, so that has to be changed too, because there are 2 different things, so.
I think we just need to
So let's take the LLC out. So she's an officer of the corporation, which is a public charity,
Correct.
and is registered
As a
with the
501c3.
with the IRS.
Correct.
As such, in
Yes.
Maryland.
We attempted to use this 501c3 last year, but we were still pending.
Gotcha.
We weren't quite there yet. So now we just got approved this year.
Right, and yeah, there's bylaws, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And so she is an officer of the corporation. Do you know any of the other officers?
Within the board, we're still working on forming the board professionally, totally,
Okay.
because it's still a new 501c3.
When did you get 501c3 status?
I believe it's on that email. I believe it was just in January of 2022. Let me look.
So probably, if that's correct, you need to get your board of directors a long time ago.
January 14th, 2022.
Okay. So has there been a meeting
There
of,
has been one board meeting, yes.
so you
since
have a
then.
board of directors?
We've had a meeting with myself, and we've never had set exact roles for each person yet. We're still working on
Okay.
figuring all of that out, but we have had a board meeting already, yes. I could tell you who's been on that as well.
Okay. Do you have minutes from that meeting?
Yes, I'm sure we do.
Okay.
I can definitely get you those.
All right, so your 501c3 status was accepted, I guess, by State Department of Assessments and Taxation? Is that where you went to get the little certificate and stuff? And the IRS, they're all on board with you?
That would be a, yes, I know the IRS is all on board with that,
Okay,
correct?
and you have an EIN number?
Yes.
Okay, so, and then you have bylaws, you're telling me, but you haven't had an election of, or designate, well, be an election of the board of directors, and you don't have, and in your bylaws, don't the board of directors elect the officers?
I'm not sure as far as that. Yeah, I'm not sure that far into it.
Okay. So, what assurances do you want to give this board that the money raised at all these events actually goes to the purposes of the Friends of Cascade Lake, Inc.? What's the mechanism you're using for that purpose?
What are we using to ensure that that money goes toward Friends of Cascade Lake?
Yeah.
So any money that's raised from alcohol, not necessarily ticket sales, I'm sure that depending on how the owner wants to prioritize his profits, he will put toward that. But all alcohol sales.
You just said something important. You said the owner prioritize his profits. That can't be a 501c3.
Well, I'm sorry, of ticket sales for Coppermine, but not the Friends of Cascade Lake who we're raising money for. Friends of Cascade Lake is going to be represented by alcohol sales. So alcohol sales will all go toward, they're going to be separately counted, and that's going to be separately given to Friends of Cascade Lake.
Okay, so the application, so this event is really blending a private corporation for profit with 501c3. If there are ticket sales at Cascade Lights or whatever that you're asking us to approve a license for, if that money is going into a private purse, but the alcohol sales money is going to the 501c3.
Correct.
Okay, that may be problematic.
For me, it's problematic. That's the reason I asked the questions that I did. Now, clear something else up for me.
Yes, sir.
On this application, on the very first page, it says, "For the use and benefit of the Friends of Cascade Park, which is to conduct a sip and stroll from 5:30 until 8 on the premises known as Coppermine Cascade Park." On an addendum that we have here of what's going on, no alcohol will be served after 11 p.m.
Correct. So within those two dates that Keith had mentioned, there are two sip and stroll dates that are the bigger dates. I put 11 p.m. because on those dates we are open until 11. We're not open until 8 only, those dates.
Well, why would you put 5:30 until 8?
Because we won't be selling until 11 every day. So I guess the understanding I have is I need to do a separate license for the days that it's longer. Okay, understood.
I mean, when I'm shaking my head, I'm just saying that I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that what you're saying is correct, that you know, or that I'm not really sure.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they're gonna stop serving at 8 o'clock on those three.
Correct. The
The
10th and the
only thing we got is
23rd.
the application that's before us, and that's what we're looking at. Here's
Well,
another
the-
one that says 5:30 until 10:30.
Okay, but then he's gonna have two sip and strolls that are going to run from 5:30 to 10:30.
Here's one that says 5:30 to 11:30.
Is the sip and stroll, Keith, do you consider that to be?
5:30 to 8.
To be separate from the light thing? Cascade lights? It's the
No.
same thing, right?
Only difference between the sip and stroll and the Cascade lights, the sip and stroll, they have more alcohol vendors. More wineries come out at this two sip and strolls. So you can sip your drink while you're strolling the lights. Everything else stays the same. On after Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Cass Lake's the only one's gonna be selling alcohol on those 3 days.
Wait a minute, okay, stop there.
I mean, whatever we call this nonprofit.
Okay, so just.
Friends of Cascade Lake.
Just say nonprofit.
Okay. The nonprofit's going to be selling alcohol Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The nonprofit's going to do that for the next 6 weekends, basically. I don't know if I'm not counting right. Yeah.
It's approximately 6 weekends.
6 weekends, okay. 2 of those days, it's going to be a bigger event, the Sip and Stroll. Still Friends of Cascade Lake. But they're allowing other vendors to come in to sell alcohol also.
And where does that money go?
They send
Other
a portion
vendors
back.
go into their pocket?
No, the portion comes back to us.
Okay, a portion comes back to you, a portion goes in their pocket.
Correct. That's the way we did it last year, but I'm open for a better way that if you guys think there'd be a better way to do that.
That happens with all our nonprofits. I mean, all our strolls. Any vendor, wine stroll, any vendor comes in, yeah, they pay a fee to the city of Westminster, but then they keep the profits for the alcohol sales.
So that's how the 501c3 raises money through the fee?
Yeah.
And the ticket sales, that all goes into a private pocket?
Because the ticket sales are for the use of the rest of the activities. There's a band, there's axe throwing, there's
actual light walk
tumbling, there's the walk through the lights. So that money goes to the copper mine itself as the for profit.
Okay.
So to come on the property, you have to pay the admission fee. That money goes to Coppermine. If you want alcohol, you pay money to that beer vendor. That money goes to Friends, to the nonprofit.
Okay.
Just like the city of Westminster does a stroll, you charge a fee to go on, or Fall Fest charges, but the alcohol sales, Kiwanis has that alcohol license, they keep that money.
But Kiwanis is
Yeah.
a charitable organization.
Right, and just Friends of Cascade Lake
Correct.
Incorporated that's a charitable organization also.
Yes, they are, but I'm just focusing on the ticket sales. I'm trying to, and you can help me here, show me how we've given a one-day license to a nonprofit that mixes the nonprofit activity with a profit activity. And, there may be some, where the ticket sales go to an entrepreneur and the license that we get, the alcohol sales go to the nonprofit. We require a nonprofit to apply for the alcohol sales.
Correct, and that's what's happening. I'm trying to think of an event where you charge a fee to come in.
Yeah. Not the wine festival.
I don't know who. Right, I mean that goes to Ticketmaster and that goes to the Ag Center.
Yeah, well, that's just process, but.
Right, I don't know.
But the actual, the ones who benefit from the wine festival, it's either government or a nonprofit.
No, the vendors benefit too because they sell the wine.
Yeah,
And
but the ticket sales.
Right.
Ticket sales for the wine festival, that used to be a big bit of a contention.
Correct.
There's
That's a bad
percentage
example, but yeah.
county, and a percentage goes to
Is it
the
someplace else?
group addicts represents.
Be a festival.
Winery Association.
That's still, Microbrew Festival, that's a state thing.
The same person owns the entire area?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The same person owns the entire area?
Of Cascade Park and Lake, like the entire property?
Yeah.
Yes.
So half of it is nonprofit and the other half is profit?
Correct.
Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
So the nonprofit is fixing up the lake, which is private property.
It was not. Are you familiar with Cascade Lake, what it was before they
Generally.
sent? Yeah. So yes, it had to be dammed, and it was
Environmental problems.
Correct. Yeah, I believe
So-
it was flooding 482, and then it had to be dammed.
But Alex, what was his name, Jacobs, did you say?
Correct.
Alex Jacobs owns the lake.
Yes, he owns the
At
property.
the lake?
Yes.
So Alex Jacobs owns the property that is being environmentally aided by the nonprofit.
Correct.
Okay.
Working to make it public use.
And what do you mean by that?
What I read on that.
But not open to the public without a fee, I assume.
No, it was.
Not going to be operated as a
From what I
charity.
understood was it was going to be
It's
run.
going to be operated as a business.
Not that I'm aware of. No, my understanding was it was going to be free access for public
Oh.
use.
Okay.
With a separate entrance.
And your understanding for that comes from where?
From the addendum that I read. That's my understanding of this. What we've discussed was having separate entrances for this property because right now you have to go directly through
Okay.
the business side to get there. So they're going to create an entire separate entrance for free
Okay.
public access.
So the nonprofit is hoping to renovate the lake and make it available to public free of charge?
Correct.
Okay.
There's probably
I'm just wondering,
governmental agency grants and so forth going to be involved in this.
yeah.
Even the adventure park side with the zip
Correct.
lines, and so that'll all be free access.
That is my understanding, yes.
And your understanding is based, again, on, is there a corporate resolution? Is there something in the bylaws? What is that understanding based on?
Only thing I have is what I read you.
I know, but I
Fortunately.
was reading something when you read, so you read me what exactly? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
You read me an email. I'm
Well, it was a Cascade Park.
Was it a resolution from, of the nonprofit?
No. It was just a description of what's going to happen.
Correct.
I understand it's a description, but I'm trying to find the origin and where it came from and who's writing it.
Julie Gochar wrote that.
Okay.
I asked for as many notes on the nonprofit as possible, so if you all presented me with questions on it, I could answer them accurately.
Okay.
But clearly, there were not enough.
Okay, so that is,
Project description is what I was reading you. So what exactly we were planning on doing.
from the leader of the
Correct.
company,
Correct.
because since there's no board of directors, I don't think there's been an election of officers, so she's not technically an officer.
Correct.
I mean, you don't have a board of directors, is that, yes?
There's three
Hang on one
names.
second.
Okay, they can be incorporators.
One moment, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess the idea is, at some point, she will be the person in charge of the nonprofit,
Correct.
irregardless of her status right now.
Jim, are you whiz on these phones like these people are going, getting all this now?
No.
Sorry, I'm attempting to get my email.
Well, since Keith said he sent it to me, I'll see if, he said, Keith, you said you sent something to me, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
My flip
just
phone.
double check, make sure it went through.
On my phone, that would be under productivity, which is funny.
They won't know what it
It
is.
says I sent it 2/29.
Okay,
Says it should be forward Friends at Cascade Lake.
okay. Don't have it, but that's okay.
You didn't have the right button, Tim. Or Keith.
No, he probably did. My wife texted me last night in New England, and I got it this morning at 7:28. So my phone is,
Well, if you didn't get it for your wife for 12 or 14 hours, you ain't gonna get it for him for 4 days.
well, he forwarded an email. This was a text from an Android to an iPhone. So
I don't know what the hell that means. Sorry.
Oh, it says no connection.
That's the proper side.
All right. You know something, I'm sorry, Keith, this is saying I have no internet connection. I
Hey,
thought-
Tim, your opinion, if we redo these applications, can we just do one application, list the multiple dates? Or do you want a?
But don't they have to pay fees based on?
Yes, they pay, right, it's a fee, but there are 22 dates. Can they be all put on one application, or do we need to do 7 or 8 applications?
Well, 22
Yeah, I
days, I
got
thought
it.
7 had to be on an application, so it's only 3 or 4.
Well, because I told them to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday as one
So,
application. I'm just trying to streamline it if we possibly
Really?
can.
Well, I'm saying 3 or 4 would be all right. Put 7 on one and
that may be a
7,
IRS
7, and
blending problem.
1 or 2.
I don't know if it's our concern, I'm just pointing that out.
'Cause I think it'd be better if we just redo these applications.
That
and-
would be what I would recommend.
Unfortunately, my understanding of the entire board and everything is not, I mean,
Crystal clear.
it's not crystal clear. I have this is what I was looking for, was a meeting that was just sent out for a board meeting on October 18th that I attended one way long ago, and I have not been on another one. So I can read the names of the people on there, but there are members, I just do not know their roles.
Okay, so maybe there is a board of directors. We don't
We know
know.
you're not on it.
Yeah, I'm in the meeting. I'm probably just like the event person, I guess. I'm not sure what.
We got what here, 6 applications? Five.
Well, we were correct all the,
What?
we were correct all the applications. So it'll be on record.
So William Schoonmaker, Julie Goshar, and Vicky Schaefer are the 3 people you're referring to
Yes, they are on there.
as the principals of the charitable
I suppose that's
organization.
correct. Those are some of the names here on the attendees of the invite I'm looking at.
Here you got under B, the bus stop / copper mine will be providing spiked milkshakes.
The bus stop does that.
They're one of the vendors on the Sip and Stroll night.
You get a milkshake with a shot of,
1 ounce floaters of alcohol.
Yep.
It says the bus stop / copper mine.
Correct.
Copper mine owns the bus stop?
No, the bus stop is not owned by us. It's a separate entity.
Is Copper Mine gonna be providing spiked milkshakes?
No.
Is the spiked milkshake considered alcohol?
yes.
Got an ounce of alcohol in it.
Oh, so the nonprofit gets the benefit of
Correct.
whatever-
Any alcohol sales.
Okay.
They split with the vendor.
Correct. We get a profit back, a percentage back,
What is the percentage?
25%.
So the nonprofit would get set 25% of alcohol sales.
Correct. Well, 100% of anything Copper Mine does. Copper Mine, like if we are selling beer or if we are selling a canned beverage, all of that profit goes back. But if another vendor is selling it on site, like the bus stop, they will give us 25% of the sale.
Okay. So you're describing 2 separate things going on here. One is vendors coming on.
On the sip, they're
On
for
the
the.
sip and strolls.
They're just for the sip and stroll. There's 2 dates for the sip and stroll. Pipe to Side's another vendor. Who else? Anybody else?
Brewery
Brewery
Fire.
Fire's coming as another vendor.
Okay. But you said Copper Mine will be selling alcoholic beverages.
Correct. Any other day. And all of those profits go toward Friends of Cascade
No.
Lake.
No, not Copper Mine.
Friends of Cascade Lake.
Friends
will
of
be
Cascade
selling.
Lake Incorporated will be selling.
Yes.
You cannot let Copper Mine do that.
Apologies.
Friends
Friends of Cascade Lake will be selling alcohol, and all of the profits will benefit Friends of Cascade Lake.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Because if Copper Mine's involved, you're jeopardizing
I understand now.
nonprofit.
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. My understanding of everything wasn't crystal clear when I got here, and I will fix the applications as well, if you request it.
Now it says on here, Copper Mine will be selling canned cocktails, canned beer, and/or wine daily.
Correct.
No, Copper Mine's not selling anything.
Copper Mine's not selling anything.
No.
No. Friends of Cascade Lake. Those are the typos that I need to fix on that application. That is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things in here that's got to be fixed.
Correct. Yeah, I understand that now. And I understand why you were confused. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm easily confused, speaking for myself, so don't have to apologize.
As am I.
You think easy confused, I'm worse. What kind of fencing is installed?
It'll be plastic fencing, 5 feet high.
Like a snow fence type.
Which if the wind blows, will blow it over. Maybe. Unless you're standing there holding it, Keith.
My daughter liked the milkshake non-spiked, but she liked the milkshake.
Oh, last time around?
Did you get the milkshake or her?
She got it.
Oh, okay.
She works.
Who provided the
Just
milkshake?
checking.
Bus stop.
Bus stop.
Yes.
They're a vendor.
Right. Because at the time, last year was only the sip and show. It was only that one date, and it was packed. There were cars. If you know that intersection, there was cars all the way out to 482.
I heard, yeah.
I couldn't get onto Snydersburg off of 27 trying to get home.
Do you
So you already don't like us.
No, I don't
Great.
mind you at all. I love that it's flourishing now, but it was very crowded.
Yeah, we're attempting to fix that this year. We rerouted our parking, and we're going to sell timed entry. So hopefully that does not happen again, because we heard, I mean, a lot of people were very friendly about it, but for those of them that weren't, we're trying to fix those small
What are you
small
gonna do if
issues.
Matt Barline wants to bring cows from one side of the road to the other?
Then we're going to be showing steaks and hamburgers.
They're Charlets, and they ain't too friendly sometimes.
So the time entry,
Correct.
I've actually had some experience with what just happened at the Howard County Fairgrounds.
Please.
Had an Asian food festival, Asian night food festival, and there were backups on Route 70, Route 32, going for miles. And that was a ticketed affair, but they were unable to enforce the timed entry. People just came. And as a result, there's a bunch of lawsuits out there, and anyhow, so I'm asking you, this timed entry concept that you want to use, how's that going to work?
They'll buy tickets for the specific time that they want to come in. The other benefit that we're just implementing this, or the other change that we're implementing this year, is last year they had to get their tickets from their car. So they pull up and they had to wait in their car to get tickets. Now they park, and because of the fencing system, we can guide them to the ticket booth so they'll be on foot. So even if someone does come at an incorrect time, it's not going to back up traffic, hopefully.
So for parking, you feel you have sufficient parking to handle?
Yes, we have.
Last year, was it sufficient?
Yes. On the busiest night, we had almost 3,000 people, and we were able to house them. But we will sell out tickets this year when it nears around 2,000, just to make sure that we can keep the quality and everybody safe.
Okay, and so there was a traffic jam last year?
Just that one day. was
Okay.
the worst. Just the sip and stroll day. That's why we flipped it into 2 dates.
And by
Because
spreading
you
it
only
out,
had it one time
Correct.
instead of.
Just
splitting it
one
up two,
time.
right. And wasn't it timed entry last year, too?
No, I
I want to think there was time.
pushed for it to be timed entry, but was told that we don't need it, and we very clearly needed it. There was not much, not many people thought it was going to do as well as it did. And this year, we're taking it a different direction, and we're going to make it more Maryland themed, which will likely draw more people. So we're going to have the largest crab bushel Christmas tree in Maryland. We've created the Maryland 12 Days of Christmas and lights. We have these themed crabs and crab bushels and all kinds of different things, and a light show that is very heavily Maryland culture based.
So you're selling time specified tickets.
Correct.
What kind of time lapse? 2 hours?
15-minute entries will likely be what we do, like a 5:30 entry time, a 5:45, and a 6 o'clock, up to approximately 7:30.
So if you got a 7:30 entry, you can't come at 5.
Correct. Hoping that people are honest and that follow that direction.
Good luck.
Yeah, well, all we can do is try.
Any other comments, questions? So all these applications are going to be redone.
Correct.
All the corrections are made.
Correct. Are you happy with the plan that they submitted?
I haven't looked at the
Fencing.
plan, because I'm still grappling with the private enterprise 501c3 problem.
When's the first event that you want to have?
Black Friday,
What day is that?
November 25th.
25th?
November 25th, yes.
When's our next meeting? The
9th.
The 9th? I'm like Commissioner Barnhart. I'm not convinced about a 501c3 with a private enterprise.
You said you have a meeting coming up?
Correct. October 18th, I believe.
That's a meeting of who? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Tuesday, October 18th.
Of the Friends of Cascade?
Board meeting kickoff is what it's entitled.
Board meeting kickoff.
Julie Gochar, Jennifer Littell, Jessica Danatel, Jen Angers, and 4 other.
So, are there 2 distinct geographic areas?
Yes.
And one is going to be Cascade, for lack of a better term. That's the owners.
Correct. That's where summer
portion.
camp is
And then
held.
you have Cascade Lake, which is the charitable part.
Correct.
So it's like going to a theme park, and I can go to Space Mountain, or I can go over here. If I go over here, I'm going to a area where charitable money's being raised. If I go over here, it's Disney profit. Is that how you envision how this is set up?
No, I envision Cascade Lake. I don't believe there's going to be anything over there for profit. I believe it's going to be just the free public access space.
All right. At the Cascade Lake part?
Yes.
At the other part, the for-profit part,
Yes.
will alcoholic beverages be sold there?
Regularly?
No, at any time. Will there be alcohol vendors over there at the private part?
The private part is where the event is being held.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
So, yes.
So there's a property. There's
Yes.
a property. Part of the property is being renovated by the
Correct.
charity. Part of the property is not being renovated by the charity.
Correct.
A ticket gets you into the property. It gets you into both parts of the property? The part that's being renovated by the charity?
For this specific event?
For
Or just
any
in
of these
general?
events?
No, I believe there's going to be a separate entrance. They're not going to be really affiliated. They're obviously next to each
No,
other.
he's talking about the alcohol events, Where this location is it on the private section or is it on the public section?
It's on the private section. This
It's on-
event, Cascade Lights, is on the private section.
Okay. So the private section is run by Cascade Lake Incorporated? Or public section?
The public section will be run by
So
Cascade
this is all
Lake
on the
Incorporated.
for-profit copper mine side of the property?
Correct. And we are raising money for Cascade Lake. Yes.
So the whole footprint of this event is on the copper mine property itself, because there's no access to the lake yet. So that everything is on copper mine property.
Okay.
And then,
I personally don't have a problem with that because other events people have on other properties, which are not public properties. I mean, they are, but they're owned privately. But what I can't get through is the 501c versus the interpreter.
That'd be Mr. Alex Jacobs, the entrepreneur.
Copper Mine owns the,
Copper Mine, period. Because he owns Copper Mine.
right. Copper Mine owns the property. Copper Mine's allowing this nonprofit to go set up on his property to raise funds for Cascade Lake. Friends of Cascade Lake is going to be raising funds to renovate the lake. Copper Mine is going to get a profit for the ticket sales into this property. They're charging admission to come onto the property. Any alcohol sales is going to go to Friends of Cascade Lake. So someone owns the property, allowing a nonprofit to come onto my property to do a fundraiser. But I want a piece of the property, so I'm going to charge admission for them to get down there, but then they can go do the events, the dance, the music, the axe throwing, walk the lights. But any alcohol sales would go to Friends of Cascade Lake LLC. Inc. I was doing good. Inc. So I don't see the problem by letting someone who owns the property let a nonprofit operate on their property.
I mean, that happens all the time.
I just said that 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Tina.
But Mr. Barnhart, I'm just making sure if you're comfortable.
One of the attractions will be alcohol sales.
No, the attraction, not the alcohol. The attraction is the walking the lights, the band, the Christmas trees. The side part, the food sales, the side part is there will be a opportunity to buy alcohol. Not everyone's going to buy alcohol.
One of the things that attracts people to this would be the availability of alcohol, or if that wasn't true, they wouldn't be asking for it.
I agree, but it's not the main thing.
Okay.
I believe the main thing is to look at the string of lights, go interact with that Christmas themed Santa Claus, all that stuff.
Because you had several weekends last year that was no alcohol involved. So I kind of see what your vision is, to spread the alcohol availability out. That way you don't have 3,000 people on the only weekend.
Correct.
Where you could get alcohol. This is kind of creating the scenario they had last year, which from what I understand was fabulous. And people just, and it was crowded without alcohol.
Correct. We had approximately 12,000 come
Right,
through.
but then it was doubly crowded with alcohol, and I'm thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, that their thought is if we spread out the availability of alcohol, we're not going to create that mess that we had last year when only one weekend
Correct.
was the alcohol involved. It's kind of like come to see the lights, and if you want a drink, you can get one.
Correct. There's not only one day where you can do both.
Right.
Well, you refer to family events throughout the information you got there. last year, you only had alcohol, what?
One night.
What was the revenue for alcohol one night?
I don't have, I'm not sure what exactly the numbers are. I could try to get them for
Did
you.
it go to a nonprofit?
Yes.
What nonprofit did it go to?
It went to, it's on the paper. Not Rhythm Changes. Charlotte's Quest.
So a percentage of alcohol sales last year went
Went
to
to Charlotte's Quest,
which is a
correct. And they were
501c3.
able to come on site and sell alcohol and keep 100% of those, but any vendors had to give them 25%.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's your pleasure here? Do you have more comments, suggestions, or so forth, or do we need to get more information, or we must proceed?
Well, we're going to get new applications, correct?
Yes.
Maybe the board meeting they're having, you can provide us with more.
Right, and you're going to provide us
structure.
with the articles of incorporation and things of that nature for the 501c3,
Correct, I can do that.
and a certificate of tax exempt status, whoever.
May I make notes of that?
Sure.
I'm not trying to be rude.
Yeah. And I didn't even look at our file. It has the layout, everything like that, and the layout doesn't change from event to event?
No.
I mean, from date to date?
Only thing changes, they add more vendors on those two Chip and Shoal dates.
You would like the articles of incorporation. What was the other?
Well, if there are bylaws.
Bylaws?
I hope there are.
Understood.
And, you know, any,
Certificate of.
well, yeah, the certificate issued by IRS of tax exempt status, your 501c3 certificate, usually comes after an application to IRS. And anything from State Department of Assessments and Taxation, you just put down SDAT. If you have something from them confirming the Friends of Cascade Lake, Inc., that it is a registered Maryland corporation, it's just a piece of paper,
Understood.
yeah.
Anything else you would like?
You want a list of the board members?
Board members?
Well, weren't you going to also give the minutes?
I can give you minutes.
Yeah.
Minutes of the upcoming meeting and their first one?
Yeah, whatever meetings you've had. That probably covers enough.
Anything else?
Did you say bylaws, or was that said?
Yes, I put that in there.
All right.
We want to take action on the applications that's been presented here?
No,
Well, they're gonna be
we're waiting
withdrawn,
for the
aren't
new.
they?
We're waiting for the new ones.
He's good halfway for new ones, yeah.
Yeah, so I assume that you're going to withdraw the applications that you presented.
Correct, and I will fix them
Okay,
to the correct entities that will be benefiting.
okay.
So they'll have to be presented next month. Correct?
Yeah, I think so.
November 9th meeting.
Come back July 9th, or November 9th.
You want these back?
Yes, please. I will take those.
Keep a check.
Is there anything else you guys would like me to have prepared for that meeting on November 9th?
You might want to bring
I
a
will not
board
be
member.
here. May I send the board member instead,
Okay.
other than me?
Yeah,
I
sure.
actually will not be here at November 9th. I'll be out of the state.
Yeah.
I could send another board member in my place.
A member of the nonprofit.
Correct.
That's actually
Preferably
applying
Julie.
for the, okay.
Somebody
could
that
answer
can
it.
speak on their behalf.
Yes. Is that okay with everyone?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will table that those applications until next month, correct?
Yes, they've been withdrawn, so.
Okey-doke. Any, excuse me. Any other business to be brought before the commission this day? Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate your attendance. This meeting is adjourned, and we will reconvene on Wednesday, November the 9th.